The 22 is maybe in the realm of possibility just in terms of pure timer, right? Mandatory 28:48, the timer in this dungeon, 32 minutes. So they had 3 minutes and 12 seconds to spare. That scales up potentially to mean that this is maybe a stretch goal 22 dungeon. We may see teams return here if they finish all of the lower hanging fruit today. But looking at the splits between the teams, you can kind of see the story, right? Like, there's only a minute separating Shinra, Pedro's and Madge basically across all their runs in this place. These teams are very, very evenly matched, and then you do have Mandatory a little bit ahead, right? A little bit better. Although notably that first boss split is not where they're gaining that time. It was Perplexed actually yesterday that had the cleanest start of the dungeon. It's Mandatory, just they're gaining that time later in the dungeon, right? These middle splits in the place, particularly that last boss split as well, looking really, really clean and quick for them. So there are also deaths in all these runs, right? You look at the side of the board, every single run that we had yesterday in the 21, there were deaths abound. So that further, I think, reinforces the idea that there may be a 22 potential in this dungeon. Although I suspect that Azure Vault would be the first 22 we would see attempted. It's definitely a nasty dungeon. The other dungeon we had revealed yesterday was Brackenhide Hollow. That was only timed on 21 by one team, which was Shinra Tensei. That was one of the very impressive, they're the only team to have done that. Very strong point on their scorecard. Looking at these other runs, though, you can see that Mandatory actually crossed the 2-chest threshold in the plus 20. That means they have access to the 22 if they want to. Now, they had a lot of 2 chests on their scorecard yesterday, and what they decided to do was basically go into each of those dungeons as if they didn't have access to that 2 chest, right? They went into a bunch of 21s where they could have tried the 22, or they went into the 20 Halls of Infusion when they could have tried the 21 because they'd earned access with that 2 chest. I bet we'll probably see the same move out of them in Brackenhide today. I think that's going to be one of their early orders of business, is just putting up a 21 Brackenhide for a relatively easy +1 on their scorecard compared to the other options.
Right. So, as far as the conversation goes between plus 21 and plus 22, if you've heard people say, 21 is doable in a lot of dungeons, 22 is going to be tough. And I wanted to take a look at just why that is. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday when the casters were all talking about it. Tettles especially, I believe you were mentioning this too, where the scaling is exponential, right? You look at the 21 and you look at the plus damage and plus health at 573%, all the way up to 640% to 22, and then 23, 714. So it gets much bigger.
It's really easy for one of these bosses to, be over 5 minutes, even be up to 5:30 in some aspects, depending on the encounter. And so then that makes, the 21 to 22 range possible in some dungeons, but not even that likely. And then the 22 to 23 is only doable in very specific circumstances, like an Azure Vault that has a lot of leniency with the timer.
Yeah, that's right. So looking forward to seeing that as we go throughout the day. I'd love to see a 22 done. Maybe we'll be able to see that in a couple dungeons here, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, we're getting started about 5 minutes. Before we got to do that, we got 5 plays to take a look at. That's right, another top 5 plays coming in. We're going to go back to Tettles to break it down and tell us what impressed you. I mean, it kind of came from all of us, really, but you will be our guide through this epic journey of top 5 plays from yesterday.
All right, welcome to Tettle's top 5 moments from yesterday. And first and foremost, we have Madge rooting this branch inside of the Overgrown Ancient. It's called Modern Technology. You see the group, they're stacked up, they get that branch out off to the side, and then they're going to landslide root it. What this allows them to do is then they're going to be dwarfing and cauterizing all of those bleeds off of their players, and that will allow them to then cleanse their bleeds to where they're able to do a lot more boss damage later on and just cleave down the future branches. Next up, we have rooting hyenas. So the hyena is not actually attached to that hunter in this Brackenhide pack. And so that allows all of these teams, and we saw it first from Perplexed yesterday, where they were able to drag those hyenas into Gutshot. Next up, for top 5 moments, we have Mandatory in the 21 Halls of Infusion mode, able to do 820k HPS sustained. But unfortunately, this dungeon kind of came down to the wire. Skylark ends up dying to the waterlogged ground debuff, and then everybody getting undertowed, wiping Mandatory's 21 Halls Infusion. Was this dungeon timeable? It looks like the answer was probably yes, but it was going to be very close. On top of that as well, we have a lot of cool snaps in Algothar Academy. I think there was a lot of interesting tech in Alg. Right here, we have on screen Ashine jumping the gap with hover and slow fall. Then he's going to time spiral and then double hover Wernstone back to the platform. What this is going to allow this team to do is then snap all of the birds onto the platform with all of the Vile Lashers. And that Guardian Sentry is going to be the main priority target, but it's going to be a super large time save over the course of the entire dungeon, especially whenever the timer is that tight. The other final moment that we have is Mandatory timing this 21 Noku defensive. Them and Shinra Tensei were the only teams that had that 19-2 chest of Nokud. Shinra Tensei, of course, went to that 20 on day one. But however, Mandatory being able to actualize some of that potential time saved by being able to go and do that on a 21, they did take, you know, a little bit of attempts at getting the dungeon set up. I think they wiped the first pull a couple of times, but it was fine. They were able to get that dealt with, and they're going to have a large time advantage coming into day 3.
Yeah, very cool stuff. I think that Althakar tech, the snapping lashers between platforms, is just like such a great example of how much preparation goes into these runs by these teams. Like, you know, sometimes you think, oh, they're just really, really good. They just go in there and they just push the keys. No, there is so much strategizing and planning that goes into every single pull in these runs. And I think that's a great example of like seeing that, where obviously that's not something you do on the fly or naturally. That is tested. That is like reiterated. That is, there's a lot that goes into it. So, as we get ready to jump into the matches for today, we still have a player to take a look at, Zyronic. Let's talk about Hopeful a little bit here. Our new addition to Mandatory. What's up with Hopeful?
Yeah, Hopeful is actually a really interesting person to talk about in general, because when it comes to the MDI and TGP, as casters, we tend to talk a lot about the veteran players of the game, the people that have been around for a long time. So it's cool to shine a spotlight on the opposite of that. Hopeful's a relatively new player to the game, really only picked up World of Warcraft a couple of years ago. So he doesn't have a lot of accolades to his name as of yet, but in those 2 years, his rise has been pretty meteoric, right? He was a collegiate League of Legends player. He got a full ride scholarship doing that, picked up WoW, started playing Holy Paladin, really only picked up Mage this expansion. Joined Instant Dollars as a mage, from there went to Echo, and while he was leveling and playing his characters in Echo, he started playing with Mandatory and joined them as a squad. He did play on a couple previous teams. He was on Legendary with Lapon for a little while. He played with Boar for a little while as well, but the dude is just a world-class mage, and, you know, he's one of the reasons that those times in these dungeons are so quick.
Yeah, super cool, and a big part of, helping Mandatory be in first place. Now, will they remain in first place over the course of the weekend? That remains to be seen. We'll find out, I guess, by the end of the day, won't we? But it's time to take a look, I believe, very soon, as our final dungeon will be revealed for the day. Normally we take this moment to talk about predictions, but I feel like that's something we can skip today. Where, there's no real changes that would impact any of us, any of our predictions, Nagura, that, we wouldn't want to maybe put on the screen right now. So I think we can just go right into the dungeon reveal in a moment. That's just my opinion, but okay, you agree. Okay, I'm glad you agree with me. Yeah, let's check out the dungeon. Hey, look, it's Ruby Life Pools. Filled enough time, yes. Starting on plus 16 today, Tyrannical Storming, Raging. First thoughts, what do we think?
I think Raging can be an affix that could potentially cause issues in Ruby Life Pools. But of course they are playing the Evoker, so that should be fine. I mean, Tyrannical is always a problem in Ruby because the bosses are so dangerous. But I think that is one of the, it's definitely a doable dungeon, and starting on 16 as well, I do think we're going to see some plus 3s early on as well.
Well, here we go.
I just want to add in, I think the big thing to watch out for is the second boss on Tyran. That boss becomes incredibly problematic with how much HP it has.
That's right. Well, as you can see, the dungeon runs are underway, so let's get things started, see if Mandatory can stay on top, see if Shinra Tensei can punch their way to number 1, and most importantly, see what 3 teams move on to the global finals.
Absolutely. It does look like we're having a little bit of a disagreement between the teams about what the best thing to start with is. Madge have decided that it is going to be that Ruby Life Pool 16. I like this. I like just heading to the new dungeon, getting it on the board, right? It's the lowest key available, right? So it's the one that you're most likely to succeed quickly at. It is a 16 key level. Now, we've seen the 14s 3-chested. We've seen the 15s mostly 3-chested. I wonder what the success rate on 3-chesting a 16 Ruby in particular is, because Ruby is one of those, it's only a 30-minute dungeon, which means that the 3-chest timer is 18 minutes. That's not a lot of time to do, 3 tyrannical bosses, right? There's a lot of trash in this dungeon. It does look like everybody has gone here except for Pedro's. Pedro's have decided they want to start with the 21 Brackenhide instead, so that would tie them up with Shinra and Mandatory if they were able to put this on the board. I think I like going to the Ruby first, but sometimes it's nice to go to one of the dungeons from yesterday because you can just be fully planned to be going there, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why Pedro's maybe decided to go to the 21, because they could, before the tournament even starts, they can say, you know what, we're just going to go to 21 no matter which dungeon is going to be revealed today. We just do that, and while we maybe do that 21, we can discuss whatever we're doing in the dungeon that gets revealed. Now, Ruby is definitely a dungeon that the teams have practiced, of course, so they do have a plan. And I think the affixes that we have revealed are also not necessarily affixes that change your strategy or your route a lot at all. Of course, Tyrannical and Fortified is going to make a difference in route, but outside of that, Storming and Raging I don't think is going to have too much of an impact for the teams, so they should be okay going there. But yeah, Pedros did have to reset their key once already, as they did have a wipe on that first pull. Really doesn't matter that much, though. That first pull is the one that you can reset very often and you're not going to be losing out on too much time. We do see a death here on Crims, but it looks like they are not resetting because it was towards the end of the pull, so they didn't lose out on too much damage here.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try and keep this one going. I agree, though, that you should reset pretty aggressively at the start of this dungeon. If it is a death after your cooldowns, it's probably okay to keep it going, though. It does look like Pedros do want to continue this dungeon. No town portals being cast just yet. Meanwhile, our Ruby Life Pools teams, Mandatory were able to get their key started fast. Actually, Shinra have the shortest timer on their key right now, but maybe that was a reset dungeon. Or maybe they just started it a minute later. Mandatory 2 minutes and 34 into the dungeon. They already have the first boss almost to half health here. This is look at this as well. They're not kicking that Frost Overload. This is a pretty common strategy you can use, especially with a Resto Druid. Resto Druid healing works out so well against that ticking damage from the Frost Overload on the whole group. You got hots on everybody. They're all standing in the F-low. It's kind of better to not kick, because then you don't have to move. You don't have to dodge these hailstorms. You don't have to drop the chill storms, right? You can just kind of focus on damaging the boss and just never interrupt that Frost Overload. So I like that out of Mandatory. Let's see if Madge do it as well. Nope, they're going to kick up in the top left. So a little bit of a difference in strategy on the boss.
Interesting, yeah. I like that strategy. We'll see if the other teams maybe adjust to that as well on higher key levels, if that works out better with defensive cooldowns as well, possibly. But yeah, there we go. We do see Pedros per hour. Oh, Crims. Oh. Okay, they're resetting, it looks like.
We do have an interesting composition difference here between Madge and Mandatory and Shinra. Madge is playing the Frost Mage here. Dr. J specking Frost for Ruby Life Pools, whereas Mandatory and Shinra are not. Frost is, I think, a little bit weaker overall in this dungeon, but there are a couple of really strong points for it, particularly the last two bosses. Both of those feature these like 2-target moments, and Frost is so good, right? Glacial Spike 2 targets at the same time. Incredible amounts of damage in those spots, and also on the second boss in particular, the prio that it can do to kill that add off really quickly. So I think that's a cool decision for that. It also works out pretty well in this fight as well. You can see all those mobs in those blizzards, those frozen orbs getting spammed out here. So an interesting decision. If you look at the damage meters here, it definitely is competing with those fire mages, and I think that's going to be doing a decent chunk of single target as well to Meladressa. So we'll have to check in and see how that goes. One thing that I don't like is losing the Cauterize. Cauterize is such a nice safety net to have on that mage.
Yeah, for sure. And of course the damage meter also a little bit misleading, I would say, on the first boss here, just because the most important thing, of course, being that boss damage. The Whelplings, not really that important for them to die super quickly, and a lot of the damage is going to be from that AoE. Soda actually going down there at the very end of Melindrosa for a match. They did use the battle res, but not sure if Soda is actually accepting it. Looks like he's not. They declined the battle res. They decided that they don't need the extra damage, rather go with the safety net of having that battle rest available in case something happens later on. But yeah, mandatory, just so fast in comparison to the other teams. 4 minutes 42 split for that first boss here, match being 1 minute slower, and Shinra also 10%, already 4 minutes 58. So yeah, mandatory definitely setting an incredible time here as they're already gathering up those destroyer packs as well. But yeah, the 3 chest timer is 18 minutes in this dungeon. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that. The boss, of course, are gonna be taking so much time for them, and getting through these destroyer packs also takes quite a lot of time because it's very difficult to gather 2 destroyers up. That is something we do see in the MDI, but outside of an MDI setting, it's just very risky to pull 2 destroyers together.
Yeah, especially with these dragons as well, right? Like, they're just in the way, and if you pull one of those dragons, that's generally pretty bad as well. We're going to see the teams probably try to avoid all dragons. Even though it's tyrannical and not fortified, they're not particularly efficient, right? Like, you can't really fight them with all that much other stuff, and as the skill level goes up to like 20, 21, even without fortified being active, those dragons are going to start to be a serious problem.
Yeah, definitely. Meters per hour did manage to finish off that first pull now on the bottom right side after having to reset that key twice, and now they're going to be able to continue. So getting through that first pull, definitely one of the more difficult tasks in this dungeon, so good on them that they managed to finish that off. Yeah, Pedro's one of the teams that is maybe a little bit in danger of not making it into top 3 today. Of course, top 3 is the goal for these teams, like the main goal. Of course, they want to win, but top 3 means that they're going to make it to the globals, to the final, which is, of course, the goal for these teams because it has a much bigger prize pool. And yeah, so petals per hour on the low side of the leaderboard right now. They do have to catch up a little bit. So seeing some depletes at the start, some resets, not ideal for them. But of course today, so many hours left, and we're going to see a lot of high key pushing here, which means that the other teams are going to be seeing some resets as well later on.
Yeah, an important variable here is not just timing this 21, but timing it quickly, right? Putting a good timer on the board as well, because there's a decent chance that 21 Brackenhide is going to be on the final scorecard for almost everybody, right? Like, we've discussed it maybe being one of the dungeons where a 22 is possible, but realistically, particularly for the difference between 3rd and 4th place, which is the difference between qualifying to global finals and not, the biggest deal might not be whether you have a 22 in this dungeon. It might just be, is your 21, how fast did you do that 21? Because it may well come down to time tiebreakers, right? We saw day 1 come down to time tiebreakers. Day 2 almost came down to time tiebreakers as well. So if you're Pedros per hour, you know, keeping this run 0 death and clean and getting it to be, say, a 31-minute timer instead of a 34-minute timer, that could be a big deal, especially because right now Pedros have some pretty bad times across the dungeons. They have the slowest 20 Nokud. They have actually a pretty quick 21 Azure Vault. They have a slow 20 Halls of Infusion. They have a slow 21 Algathar. So this Bracken becoming a fast point on their scorecard could be pretty important because, like you said, we're going to get to the end of the day and there's going to be key pushing to do. There might also be time pushing to do it. We haven't really thought about it too much, but we might get to the end of the day and teams might be in a position, Pedro's in particular, where they're looking at their scorecard and it's like, okay, we either need to get 1 point or 3 minutes, right? And we have to decide which of those is more realistic. And also, if we go for the 3 minutes and another team gets a point, we're just dead, right?
Yeah, that's definitely something those teams have to worry about. And I do kind of expect some of the teams to go back to a key that they already timed and try to just increase or decrease the time in there, just get a better timer. But we'll see later on. We do see Pedros per hour did manage to reach the boss now on their 21 run. We also saw the tech that these teams are doing. This is very common, also used on live servers as well, where the priest goes around with Mind Soothe and with Fate to open these cages. But what we also saw was Sang on the Devoker using the Sleepwalk to walk past that trash pack that is standing in front of the entrance of this boss, because they're going to be pulling in it in it later into the boss to just be more efficient with that trash. And Sleepwalk actually a true CC, right, Rajas? The same as you explain.
It's the same as Sap and Imprison in that the mobs don't get in combat with you unless you walk like right on top of it as it's sleepwalked. So it lets you walk past the pack, and then if you use another CC in that spot, like if you use something like Polymorph, for instance, the mob would actually get in combat with you when you walked past it, and then when the Polymorph broke, the whole pack would get in combat with you. We do sometimes see that used, and then we see people, like we see Sigil of Misery, for instance, being used on packs, and then, you know, sure, the DH gets in combat with all the mobs, but then they shadow meld and drop combat. But typically, if you can use Sleepwalk or Sap or Imprison, those are better because those mean you don't have to commit a meld or something to walk past them. It is sometimes you got to be a little bit careful though. You gotta know what you're doing because the rest of the pack also is still there. So that's where Mind Soothe comes in to make sure that the rest of the pack also doesn't see you as you walk past. But it's really nice on this boss because you can focus down Trick Totem, right? That can just be what you do primary damage to. Once Trick Totem is dead, there's not too much happening on this fight, and then you can efficiently cleave the bosses with that pack. So Pedros per hour, having killed Trick Totem, are going to immediately Yoda jumping over and add that pack into this pull. Makes a lot of sense. So start of the dungeon looking pretty good for Pedros. Meanwhile, our Ruby life pools, all three of our teams are working on the second boss right now. It is mandatory in the lead by, I would say, a moderate amount, maybe a minute or so. They also did start their dungeon first, so they are ahead by a little bit less than it looks, but still certainly ahead. And this is, of course, they're playing the Fire Mage. It's Madge up in the top right playing the Frost Mage instead. This is one of those bosses that I think is one of the reasons to play Frost, is just the being able to Glacial Spike both of these targets helps you just nuke down that ad without losing much boss damage at all.
Alright, so let's take a look at the timer again for these Ruby life pools. We did say that the 3 chest timer that they have to beat is 18 minutes. With Mandatory finishing off the boss now, they have a little bit less than 6 minutes, which I do think is doable. One thing to note as well is that they are sitting on their Bloodlust. While both Match and Shinra decided to use their last for Kokia, Mandatory decided, you know what, we're only getting one more last in this dungeon. We're gonna save it. And that might mean they're doing a really big pull here. That they use the last for, maybe even with the mini-boss, to get that 3 chests. So let's see what they're doing. And yeah, that is what they're doing. All right, that's going to be a very difficult pull for them. Maybe they're even saving Bloodlust. Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Yeah, on Tyrannical, you know, it's compelling to try and save your lust for the boss, right? But not something that they are going to do here as they work their way now through the mini-boss and the Tempest Channeler. So that's 2 mobs that both will cast that nasty AoE damage storm. And they also have some Flame Channelers that need to get interrupted. Hopeful also needs to make sure not to spell steal them. Do not spell steal a Flame Channeler. That will kill you. It has a they give themselves a haste buff, but it does a bunch of damage as well. And if you spell steal it, it scales with the key level, just one-shots you. So Hopeful doing a good job not accidentally clicking his spell steal button. They've gotten through this pack in very, very quick time, basically just as long as Bloodlust lasted. So excellent work. They're going to kill off a couple of these side ads, keep in combat, and get those resources generated. And they'll be pulling the boss here with 4.5 minutes on the 2 chest timer. They are hard chilling on that 3 chest rather. So extremely good work so far for Mandatory, as long as they don't choke on this last boss.
Alright, so Match deciding to not immediately engage that mini-boss on their side. They also didn't have that last available. While Shinra, on the other hand, on the bottom left side, also decided to do that same big pull that Mandatory did, but without the Bloodlust available to them. So Shinra maybe still has a chance to actually also get that 3 chests on their side as well, if they get through this mini-boss as fast as possible. But they have a little bit of an issue gathering up the trash on the mini-boss, it looks like. So they might be a little bit slower on this pull. But Mandatory definitely very, very strong on that timer. And they're already fighting that last boss. Obviously, they're trying to min-max the DPS on both of them, or evening out the DPS on both of the bosses as much as they can to make sure that the second phase is not triggered through percentage by one of the bosses being much lower than the other. And of course, they also want to have Kiraka lower because that's the boss that casts those circles on the players in the last phase that just do so much damage. So that's something that they want to get rid of as fast as possible.
Shinra Tensei actually have a bit of a secret weapon on this big pull. They didn't have Lust for it, but they do have an extra Blood Elf. Nerf is actually playing Blood Elf instead of Night Elf on that tank, which means they have an Arcane Torrent, and that can be used on these little ads to just remove their shield. Not a huge deal normally, but against that mini-boss, the mini-boss like siphons all the ad shields and puts it on herself. So if you have a Blood Elf or an MD, you can just take out all those shields and save a bunch of time. Shinra are going to be getting this boss pulled with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on their 3-chest timer. Without Lust available, this is going to be a very, very tight push for them, even at this plus 16 level with Tyrannical going. But I think it is definitely within the realm of possibility. I think that you're looking at maybe a 2-minute, 30-second boss if everything goes well without Lust. So it's going to be, I think, in range for Shinra. Mandatory also looking pretty good. They're definitely going to be putting up that 3-chest timer. Madge, 2 minutes left on the boss now. They're only a quarter of the way through as well. So Madge are going to have the closest 3-chest timer. I think they are slightly ahead of what they need right now, though. I think they are also still in range here.
Wow, there we go. 15:53 for mandatory on that finish. And while we were talking about the rubies, unfortunately, Pedro's did have to reset their 21. So they are doing that first pull again, and hopefully they managed to get through there. Did not quite see what happened. Maybe we can get a replay at some point, or maybe they also like had a smaller issue, were just slow and decided to go again because of what we talked about earlier with the timer. Either way, match now in that phase 2 in just a moment as well. There we go. Kiraka is landing, and if they right, so they have a minute and 10 seconds left, which I mean, it's doable, but it's going to be very close. They're going to have to nuke those 2 bosses insanely quickly.
Yeah, we are going to get back to Power Infusion right at the end of the 3-chest timer. So Power Infusion, Void Form. I don't know what the Icy Vein situation is, but it's probably synced up with that Power Infusion as well. So it might be doable here. This is one of those spots as well where you got 2 nice targets to Glacial Spike right next to each other. So Frost looks pretty good at this moment in the fight too, as long as they can keep the 2 target going. Kind of need to even cleave here rather than focus down Kairaka just to keep that damage efficiency going. 30 seconds left on that 3-chest timer. Now 20% on Urquhart. Kairaka is going to die first here. That Cloudburst nearly takes out Dr. J, but a good mass barrier is going to save not just himself, but much of the damage on the rest of the group. Now 15 seconds left here. 7% on Urquhart. This is going to be so close.
Breath. The breath shell? Okay,
it's
I
okay.
guess it doesn't explode anyway. There we go. 17:51 for a match. But yeah, I mean, okay, so 3-chesting this key definitely a lot harder than what we've seen from the 15 and the 14s from the previous 2 days, but very doable. This means, oh, Yoda does, oh, that's the replay. All right, so Yoda went down on one of those bigger pulls after the first boss, unfortunately, and then it just went out of control, of course, with all of those oak trees and all of these mobs just running around, probably even snapping on some players because they're standing on these rocks to make sure their lashes aren't jumping, and then it's going to be very difficult for them to avoid deaths here. So yeah, unfortunate for Pedro's. Mandatory immediately walking into that 19 after 3-chesting the 16, which I believe the other 2 teams that are in Ruby are also going to do as well.
Yeah, Mandatory, you know, they 3-chested the 16, but so did everybody else. So they only got like those 2 extra minutes of time, right? The difference between the 15 and the 17 there was the only advantage they really gained. But now we're in a 19, so the 3-chest is off the table. That's not at all realistic. Is the 2-chest off the table? Can you 2-chest a 19 Ruby and then take a and then go straight to the 21? I mean, Ruby Life Pools was one of our time trial dungeons. Teams did complete this dungeon on 21, although, you know, most teams I don't think one-shot it or anything close, but they've certainly got a lot of practice in this dungeon now. Ruby, one of those dungeons that just every team had to practice because it was a time trial dungeon. There was kind of no avoiding that. A stove down to one of those swirlies from the mini boss there. They're going to land the battle res, it looks like, here and use it and accept it here, too. So accepting a battle res here makes me think... Well, I guess... So the problem is that you can't release because there's a mob at the start of the dungeon you've skipped, right? So you got to just take the
but a
take
priest
the res.
would be able to go past, right?
Oh, can you? Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm not sure, actually.
I feel like
you
it's
mind
too
Sooth.
big for you to fade past, but maybe it's not. I'm not a priest scientist. You can fade past it. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, just go. They were saving, 20 seconds by sending the battle res there, which makes me think that they do play into 2 chest and they think it's a tight timer. Oh, mode down to that
mode
excavating
down.
blast. I wonder if you just reset this thing at this point.
All right, so not resetting. Mode can, of course, go back with stealth. But yeah, at this point, I also think, now that that 2 deaths, I think the 2 chest timer either is easy enough for them to say we can still do it with 2 deaths, or it's like out of their reach to say, hey, we can't do it either way, but we're definitely going to be timing it still with the 2 deaths. It's one of those 2 things. I'm not sure which one. I do think it's going to be, I definitely think it is 2 chestable from what I've seen from the 16, especially with the mandatory route. Skylark
Skylark down. All right,
though.
easy. We get the easy reset now. Yeah, nice. That makes the decision for us. Nice. Thank you, Melodressa, for helping us solve this conundrum, removing the uncertainty there. Meanwhile, Madge are going to be. They're maneuvering towards the boss room here. They do a slightly different pull, right? They don't have the Defiler in quite as quickly as Mandatory do. So they kind of do 2 trash bowls instead of 1 in this area, but they're sort of inching towards Melodressa. I wonder if that will be getting pulled once some of this gets cleaned up here, or maybe just once they get the mobs grouped up nice and tight there towards where the boss is actually fightable. Meanwhile, Shinra also in the 19, also walking into the boss room, so all of our teams very much at the same spot here, except of course for Pedros per hour, who are chilling in this Brackenhide, still trying to put that on the board. Pretty important for Pedros per hour that they can do this quickly. It doesn't have to be right away, but if they spend 2 hours and don't get a timer on the board, that's gonna be very, very, very bad news for their chances of making it to global finals.
Yep, definitely. We do see Shinra now engaging Melodressa on the top right side of the screen, and yeah, they're really fast getting to the boss. I believe Mandatory probably has like the riskiest route in that 19, and I'm not sure if they're going to be changing that later on. I kind of assume so, because doing that pull in at 21 seems incredibly risky, but I took a look at the timers from the time trials, and they actually had a much faster time compared to the other teams, Mandatory that is. So maybe they are actually doing this pull at 21 as well, and they're just going all in there. Because sometimes doing a big pull seems scary, but if you have all cooldowns available, then it's better to do 1 big pull than to divide it into 2 pulls, because then you won't have anything ready for the second pull. So sometimes doing a bigger pull actually is easier than doing 2 smaller pulls.
Yeah, especially if it's the first pull of the dungeon, if it doesn't work out, you can just reset. Even if it only has like a 30% success rate, when it does work, you've generated 2 extra minutes or something that you can then use for the rest of the dungeon. That's really valuable. It's not really a feasible strategy if it's a pull at the end of the dungeon to try and make use of that, because of course it's going to cost you 25 minutes every time that you attempt it, right? But if it's the first pull of the dungeon, it only costs you 2 minutes per attempt. You can afford to pay a few minutes each attempt, or each time you try a dungeon, to actually get started, and then you know that when it does work, you are now getting started with a nice advantage. So I love seeing teams going aggressive at the start of the dungeon, although it does look like Mode going to go down and instantly release for Mandatory to that charge from the Defier. Going to have to stealth back, rejoin the group later. It's all good, though. It's just a healer death. That's usually the least problematic death, unless you need your healer. But if you don't, then you're just losing a tiny bit of damage, and everybody else, usually if you know your healer's gone, everybody else can actually live. They can look at their health bar and they can health bot and stuff. And Vampiric Embrace, of course, a very powerful cooldown that this group has access to, although those are often planned out when they'll be, especially in a dungeon like this that has almost all the bosses do a bunch of AoE damage, so VE to help get through some of those is certainly choreographed, not being used reactively.
Yeah, definitely. This time around, they also have a lot less issues on their side getting to that boss with death. Oh yeah, it was the mode death, right? With the instant release, but not having to use a battle rest there, really good for them. Shinra, though, on the top right, didn't have any issues on their side, with their 0 deaths still on the board, having that 41% enemy force as well, dealing with this very, very quickly. Looks like they were even like slightly faster in their 19 compared to their 60. I mean, not faster just faster in comparison. Of course, they're still going to be slower because it's 3 levels higher, which means that the boss has a lot more HP. But they did play very cleanly on their side. Pedro's now on the bottom left side, again done with their first boss, and they're moving into this pool where Yoda did die before. So let's see if they can get this pool done without a tank death, because that one can be super, super dangerous, especially while you gather up all of this trash. And yeah, Yoda needing to use his defenses perfectly here to make sure he can survive.
Yeah, it's a very, very sketchy pull on Fortified. I mean, this is there's so much danger here as well. It's the bleeds as well. All of those little lashers putting out those bleeds is just such a scary part of the dungeon. So not to mention the fact as well that there are some patrolling rot hexers around that you really need to make sure you don't pull as well. So you're fighting in a pretty narrow area. Normally that's not that big of a problem, but you have storming bouncing you around as well as the tank here, and if you get storming and knocked up, then you can get hit in the back, and it's just it's all bad. You need to make sure you're not fighting the pack too close to the group as well, because then the stormings will, swirl into your casters and they'll get mad at you. It's a thankless job, I would say, is tanking a pull like this, because it seems like you should be able to live it, but there's actually so much that you have to juggle to make sure that works. And you're also losing threat on half of these things, especially with a Frost Mage, right? Fired Up is playing Frost in Brackenhide. Brackenhide, usually we do see the Frost Mages for those totems on the last boss. Frost in particular, whatever they're glacial spiking, you are losing threat on, so very important to keep track of that. We're seeing tanks playing for damage so that they can actually partially for damage for speed, but it's also just nice for threat to be doing a little bit more damage. You can see Yoda nearly doing 1 million DPS on this pull. Very high damage numbers, of course, a lot of mobs as well.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. We do see Shinra now done with Melidros on the top right side. Match as well, following up with that kill. They did have a death on Dr. J. Did use a battle res at the end of the fight there to make sure they can finish off the boss. So that means they don't have that safety net for a little while, but with some of the trash before Kokia, they might be able to get a rest back up for that boss as well, because that one is going to be pretty dangerous on a 19 Tyrannical. One thing to note as well about the second boss in Ruby is on a higher key level, you get more adds to spawn. Now, the adds don't actually scale with Tyrannical. They don't scale with Tyrannical or Fortified when it comes to the HP. So the HP is going to be the same. But, of course, at 19, the boss has more HP, which means you're going to get more adds that spawn. And then the boss exponentially just takes longer. So we'll see how long that boss is going to take them on the 19. We did talk about the 2 chests maybe being possible for this 19 Ruby. And we're going to have a closer look once they get to that boss, because that one is probably going to make or break the key timer, in my opinion at least. But yeah, Shinra doing really, really well there, about to finish up that first destroyer pool as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point that the second boss in this dungeon in particular is one of those that double dips with the key going up in terms of how much time it takes, right? You think about a normal boss and it's like, okay, we're adding 10% health to this thing. But yeah, like you said, Kokia in Ruby Life pools, Decatriarch Rathai in Brackenhide are examples of bosses where the boss lives for longer, so it summons more adds. Those adds also have more health, so you're focusing more damage into them. It's costing you more globals, so you switch back to the boss with less time, and then it summons even more, and you sort of get this massive triple whammy increase there, as Shinra do have a death come out. They are going to land that battle res. Another one will be available for them in 30 seconds here, so the run looking a little bit less clean for Shinra there. Nerf actually playing Manic Grief Torch in this dungeon as well, so the death does have a little bit of upside to it. Resets that Grief Torch. Grief Torch really nice for getting those ads killed as well on Kokia. Very, very nice little bit of value there, although if your tank is channeling Grief Torch on that fight, it is a little bit sketchy, because that's one of those fights that also just does a bunch of tank damage.
Yeah, definitely. We do see now all 3 teams that are in Ruby are done with that first boss, and we can take a little bit of a look at the splits. Now, I do think that all of these teams are going to be easily in range of timing the key, but it's mainly going to be the +2 that we are worried about here. And Match being a little bit behind compared to the other 2 teams. They're 30 seconds behind to Shinra approximately. So that might or might not be an issue later on. We will see. But yeah, Shinra just playing so clean. Even though they did have this death on Fu, on their Shadow Priest, they're still just incredibly fast. Mandatory is catching up to them as well. They obviously had to reset the key earlier on that first boss because they had a bunch of deaths earlier, and then no rest available for Skylark once he did go down on that boss pool. But yeah, still doing well. They do have a cauterized proc here. There's so much damage coming in on that plus 19 for these destroyer pools. And again, we have raging, so once these mobs are low HP, they're gonna get that raging affix on them, which means they're not CCable anymore. But they do have that evoker that are using oppressive roar to dispel the raging effect on the casters mainly, because of course on the destroyer it's not going to be anything that really matters because the destroyer can't be interrupted either way.
So let's think a little bit about the 2 chest timer that we're looking at in this dungeon. It's 24 minutes that they need to beat if they want to put a +2 on the board. How long is the very last area of the dungeon going to take? I feel like 7 minutes is enough maybe for the end of the dungeon, maybe 8. So maybe if we have Kokia down at like 16, 17 minutes, that's probably what we're looking for to be on pace here for the Ruby. You can see those last boss splits. Well, it was only 3 minutes 45 for mandatory in their +16. So if they can keep the strategy of
not lasting just yet. They're 12 minutes in, so they did last the first pull, so that means last has been available for a little while and they're not pressing it. They still have 1 minute and 30 to press their last to still get another last within the 24-minute timer, which is the 2 chest timer, as Dreadnought mentioned just now. But yeah, then they have to press it very soon. I don't think they will at this point because they would be lasting either air or like at the end of this destroyer pool. So I think they're probably going to be saving it either for Kokia or for that big pool afterwards. But they didn't save it on the 15, so on the 16, so I doubt they're doing it here. Mandatory, on the other hand, is just getting last up in 4 seconds, so we'll see what their decision is. Match also holding on to their last as well on the top left. But yeah, that is a very interesting decision. I do think that that is some, like, the last timers in particular, I don't think most teams really adjusted their last timings according to key level or according to like 2 chesting and 3 chesting, at least from what I've seen like the last 2 days. There's some teams that had a little bit of a difference in last timing going up key levels, but most teams just kind of stuck to their last timings.
There it goes.
Even if oh yeah, Shinra using it for Kokia, yeah. And
so they pressed it 13:25. Yeah, pressing it at 13:25 means you do get it at the end of the you'll get to get it again at 23:25, and you'll get it for almost all of the time before the 2 chest timer expires. Although every player death that they have from here is going to cost them 5 seconds of lust at the end of the dungeon, so very important that they keep it clean. Madge hitting that lust as well. Mandatory, like you said, kind of lusting air there almost.
Yeah, but it's very interesting that Mandatory decided, like, I think Mandatory is very well aware that they are going to be 2 chesting this, and that's why they saw, okay, we're 10 minutes into the dungeon, or like it was like 10:30, and they're like, you know what, we're lasting this to make sure we get that last, because Shinra and Match, they will get another last, but it will be at the very end of the boss fight, right? Well, Mandatory will get it in a much better position where they probably are using their cooldowns once they're pushing the Dragon Kiraka into last phase. So I do think that Mandatory will have a more, like, a better last, while Match and Shinra has a better last on this boss, but then on the last boss it's going to be a little bit awkward for them probably.
Yeah, because you think about lusting at the end of the boss, it's like, okay, this is good, we're getting to press lust here, but it's not actually, you're not in any danger of dying, and you're also only fighting 1 target at the end of Kairaka, right? The part where you're fighting 2 targets is also the part where you're in the most danger of dying, so lust is helping you defensively, and it's helping you offensively, and it's helping you escape the dangerous part of the fight faster, so it's a much more valuable lust to press it at, say, 50% on the boss than it is to press it once Kairaka dies and you're just fighting Urquhart. So I agree. I think it's also just mandatory they're not thinking that they're going to barely two chest, right? They're thinking like, okay, we're going to do this dungeon in 21 minutes or something. So the only way we get a third less is if we hit it right now. And that, I think, makes perfect sense from the pace that they're setting in this dungeon. It is a very interesting point, though, like you said, like, how much time, if you're one of these teams, do you spend thinking about, okay, what if we get sent to a Ruby plus 17? What if we get sent to a plus 18? What if we get sent to a plus 19, right? Like, where are the breakpoints where we should move our lusts around? Where are we playing for a 3 chest versus a safe 2 chest versus playing for the 2 chest versus playing for just a safe timer? And all of these sorts of decision-making points, because teams spend a lot of time practicing the 21s in these dungeons, right? Like, if you could spy on teams in Tournament Realm, most of the time you would see teams working on getting that 21, getting it consistent, maybe trying to push the 22, see if they can make it work. But for the way that our tournament's structured, being able to quickly do the lower keys in your first attempt and also being able to reliably get that 2 or 3 chest when it's available is almost more important than whether you can actually end up doing the 22 on the Sunday. I mean, of course, that might be important today as well, and that'll be very important in the global finals if your plan is to win the entire thing. But these medium keys as well are part of that pushing process as well, and it's something that how to optimize that strategically and how to use your practice to do that is, I think, a really interesting thing about this tournament that isn't really talked about much.
Yeah, and I think that the teams really evolved in that regard too. I do think like the early few seasons of TGP, we saw teams struggle a lot on like the lower key levels. They didn't like change their comps around or their strategies around. They just played like the highest key strat in the low keys as well. And then a lot of the teams ended up missing a 3 chest here, missing a 2 chest there, not resetting a key either after having a mistake, and then missing out on a 3 chest. And now they definitely shifted their strategies and the way they're thinking about these, like pushing the dungeons up, which, as you said, is just as important, if not more important, than being able to do the high keys, right? Because if you're missing out on a 3 chest early on, that might mean you get eliminated the first day, and then you can't even show your high key strats at all, which is what you've practiced. But we do see a death on Shella here for match, and Nerf went down as well for Shinra actually on the skip.
Okay.
Oh, and they need Shella for Soda to be able to get.
Yeah, exactly. He's the Wernstone target. So they've got to res Shelly before Soda can then Wernstone. Soda does now Wernstone. They do get their pull started. So Madge we're still okay. We've got 6 minutes now to resolve the end of the dungeon and still put a 2 chest on the board. Same for Shinra here. Although, as mentioned, that death for them is going to cost them 5 seconds of lust at the end of their run here. So might be a little bit sketchy. Both teams as well have backed off of pulling the mini-boss with this Tempest Channeler at this plus 19 key level. Meanwhile, Mandatory a few minutes behind because they had to restart their dungeon, but they are a few minutes faster, or maybe not a few minutes, but they're certainly having a nice and quick run in this dungeon. Although, of course, all 3 of our teams do have 2 deaths on the board, so perfection does elude all of our teams here. Let's see if that costs any of them that potential 2 chest.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take a look at the splits for Match and Shinra here, because even though Match was 30 seconds slower than Shinra on the first boss, they were faster on the second boss. So Match doing a lot better between the first and the second compared to Shinra here. Very interesting, because the amount of trash they played was the same, so the pulls were similar, but Match just executing it a little bit better in this run compared to Shinra. But yeah, looking good. Both of the teams decided to pull the end of the trash pull into the mini-boss, so they didn't pull everything all at once. They just pulled all of the casters and the warriors first, and then once they were a little bit lower, they did pull it into the mini-boss, making sure that they don't have that channelers and the mini-boss casts AoEs at the same time, which can be super deadly on such a high key level.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very, very dangerous dungeon as it goes up. I want to quickly check in with Pedro's per hour in the bottom left, because they are making their way through this Brackenhide 21, and it looks like things are going quite well for them. They've gotten that third boss down, and they're working towards the end of the dungeon. They have 0 deaths on their board as well, with a 21-47 gut shot split as well. I wonder if we could look maybe also at the Brackenhide timers as well. I wonder if we have that being something we could pull up somewhere. I guess we don't want to miss necessarily any of these rubies. Maybe we got a little bit of time that we could put it up on one of their screens just so that we can kind of compare how Pedro's 21 is looking and whether they're on pace here to really add an impressive run to their scorecard, right? Something that would be a strong tiebreaker for them, because that is something that Pedro's are hurting for. Pedro's tiebreakers right now are not looking all of that phenomenal. You can see in the 20, they were one of the slower teams, right? Of the remaining teams in our bracket, they had the slowest 20. But now they're making good pace here. I think they're going to be faster than Shinra by quite a bit here. Looking at this timer, maybe about the same time as Shinra in this Brackenhide. So as long as they clutch the ending here, that's going to be important to watch for Pedro's. All of our teams now reaching the clutch moments of the dungeon. Mandatory pulling the end of this pull into the mini-boss. Both Shinra and Madge working on the last boss. 3 minutes left on that 2-chest timer. Can they kill this boss in 3 minutes is the question. I think the answer is yes. They are going to get another set of 2-minute cooldowns, but only one more set of 2-minute cooldowns each. Shinra and Madge, they'll both get a lust at the very end of this as well. I kind of think maybe they have to even cleave Kairaka and Urquhart once they get sub 50%, because that's more dangerous to do that, but you do get more damage, right? The longer you can keep it 2 targets, the more DPS you do.
Yeah, and that's going to be dangerous on a 19 tyrannical. Like, of course, the healers can heal a 19 tyrannical phase 2 Kairaka, but still, having that boss alive for a long time, just getting so many Inferno cores going out into the group can be super dangerous, especially if the same people get targeted multiple times in a row, running out of defensive cooldowns, having the fire everywhere. That can cause a lot of issues, and it might also just like reduce your DPS as well. That is something to like, even though they are of course incredible players, I do think the more defensive you have to play and the more you have to move around, you're just inevitably losing out on some of your damage. So maybe it's not actually that big of a damage gain to just fully double cleave. I think focusing Kairaka a little bit and then just trying to maximize the cleave onto Urquhart does make sense. But yeah, there we are. We are in phase 2 now for Madge and Shinra as well on the top left and top right side of your screen. And as we talked about, 24 minutes is the timer for the 2 chests here. It's going to be incredibly close for both the teams, I believe.
Yeah,
that last timer coming up really late too.
It's going to be coming up. They're not going to get the full extent of the lust as well in this dungeon. Madge are going to get 10 seconds of lust at the very end of this 2-chest timer. Shinra are going to get a little bit more. They're going to get about 30 seconds of lust, but it's not ideal, and it's not going to line up with 2s, right? They sent their 2-minute CDs already. Kairaka 8% now for Madge. Ooh, Soda goes down. That's another 5 seconds as well off of the clock here. So now they just have 40 seconds to deal with this last 26% of Urquhart's HP. Shinra also at that 40-second mark. Oh, but Soda down again to another Inferno core there. That's going to be another 5 seconds gone. Now they just have 25 seconds for 22%. The battle res does land on Soda, but now they're not going to even get any bloodlust within this timer. I don't think they're doing a percent a second here. No, they are not. So Madge have tragically missed that 2-chest. Meanwhile, Shinra, they are in their lust. 16% on the boss, 14 seconds left. I think they're also in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Shinra's making it either. So I think that Madge actually had it if they didn't have those 2 deaths on Soda. Of course, they did also lose the PI as well on Soda as he went down there. So very, very unfortunate death timing. They're not even pressing Bloodlust at this point for Madge anymore because they know they missed that timer. So the only team left that actually still has a chance to get the 2 chests here is Mandatory, and of course Pedro's once they're in there. But yeah, Mandatory in the bottom right, they're now in phase 2, and they have so much time left, and look at their Bloodlust, it's ready now. They get such a good Bloodlust timing now. I think the decision from Mandatory to send the Bloodlust basically on cooldown on trash was such a good decision. They're now immediately pressing it as they're in phase 2 of this boss. Breath is being deployed as well by Maysteen, and we soon have PI and Combustion ready for Mandatory. I do think Mandatory is going to be able to push this. They have 2 minutes left on the board, and it's looking very good for them.
Yeah, comfortable looking final boss for Mandatory here, and a comfortable time to maybe bring Tettles back in. We got a little bit of time. We got a little breathing room here, and I don't mean Dragon's Breath. I mean just, relaxation time, right, Tettles? This is a relaxing thing we're seeing on the screen right now. These plus 19s, plus 21s, just chilling, right?
Yeah. How big is it that Mandatory is going to be able to chess this boss?
I think it's
like
huge.
It's huge now.
The 21 Ruby is very possible, right? Like, we know that's a dungeon that is possible. Of course, it is a tyrannical 21, so it'll be hard. But the teams have basically done this in time trials, right? Like, I guess it was fortified in time trials, right? In this dungeon. So then maybe it'll be a different challenge, but I suspect that it is doable.
I think this key caps at 21. I don't think you're ever seeing a 22, especially if you didn't see it during time trials. I don't think there's any world where you're seeing it during the cup. Mandatory, though, had 4 minutes whenever they pulled this boss, where the other teams only had like 3:30. But even with that being the case, that more optimal Bloodlust timing, they just killed that final boss in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. What?
Yep, that was pretty good out of Mandatory. That's some extra time save. So they kind of basically earned themselves an extra 30 minutes by getting that 2 chest instead of the 1 chest. We are going to now watch Pedros per hour as they attempt to put this 21 Brackenhide on the board. We only have one other team that has a 21 Brackenhide. It's Shinra, and their Brackenhide was 32-22. Pedros here are on track for about the same result, maybe a little bit faster here, as they are doing some very nice damage. They are going to get another set of 2s here. Actually, the breath probably coming out as this totem is dying. Breath of Beyond's really awkward on this fight, actually, right? Because you kind of use 2 minutes to kill totems, but Breath of Beyond's never helps you kill a totem before it explodes because of how long it takes to pop, right? So you sort of have to breath the boss.
Yeah, it's for Evan Might uptime mostly. It's for Evan Might uptime and like Chrono Ward shielding for this decaying strength AoE. Those are the big things and the big reasons that you would actually be using that.
Yeah, I mean, it does also just add some nice boss damage. You kind of want to use it at a time when people are actually able to hit the boss as well, which is not a whole lot of this fight. As the key level goes up, you are spending less and less time hitting the boss and more time hitting these totems. So luckily with the Frost Mage works out really nicely at basically getting to do damage to both with those Glacial Spike splitting ice cleaves. And also just anytime you have a Ray of Frost ready, you are able to just take out those totems with swiftness. So Fired Up actually sending his personal lust as well for this set. Zephyr coming out for this big decaying strength cast. Not too long left in this fight here. I think they're going to be able to get the 32 minutes or so. Nice work by Pedros so far.
Yeah, they run a much different route than Shinra Tensei does. Whenever you guys were looking at splits earlier, Pedros per hour was actually the same time in their 21 for Brackenhide as they were in their 20, which is crazy for the gut shot split, especially whenever you're going to key level up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is impressive for sure. I mean, this run has just been so clean for Pedros. You can see it on the death timer, right? 0 deaths for Pedros per hour in this 21 Brackenhide, although the boss still just takes so long. It does die at 5%, so at some point they may be able to just commit to the boss and stop killing totems, but it's not going to be this one. It might be the next one or the one after where they can make that call. Ray of Frost again coming out from Fired Up to just send that totem away.
I think he sent the boss here. Oh yeah,
Breath is out.
This.
So
this is dead.
Yeah, boss time. Ignore the next totem. All good here. So this is going to be a 32-minute Brackenhide. Pedros really did need this run to be fast, and this is going to be big for them that they're going to be able to add this here, because that's going to help them set up tiebreakers for later. A fast 21 Bracken. Very valuable for Pedros per hour. It did take them 48 minutes today to get this key finish, so they did have to reset a couple times at the very start, once after the first boss as well. But honestly, we take these. If you're a Pedros per hour fan, you are happy with this turn of events.
You have about 3.5 hours worth of leniency today for pushing the highest level of keys as well. So it kind of makes sense that, either Pedros per hour, they would have liked to have done, this dungeon the first shot, like one-shot this Brackenhide. I think that, two-shotting the Brackenhide with only a minor 10-minute hiccup in the middle of it is more or less fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It is fine, and now they probably need to head over to that Ruby. But the good news is, you're heading to the Ruby later. You actually have some knowledge, right? Like, you can see, for instance, why did Madge and Shinra not 2-chest the 19, and why did Mandatory succeed there? You can see the difference in where they activated Bloodlust, for instance, and maybe think, like, okay, is that something we can do as well? Of course, you don't want to, try and just change your plan to what you see another team do and do it without any practice, depending on what you've practiced in that dungeon. But it might be something in particular if you haven't spent a whole lot of time thinking about every single key level and what all the implications are of the 18 versus the 19 versus the 17, right? All those different things. So that'll be the next order of business, I suspect, for page per hour. You gotta get into that Ruby life pools at some point, and I think now is the best time for it. All of our other teams also in the Ruby, of course, in the 21 for mandatory that they unlocked with that 2 chest. They're getting their run started right now. Still going for this massive pull at the start of the dungeon too. So really, really dangerous pull. Probably going to not be a very high success rate at this 21 keystone level. But when it does work, it is going to save them so much time.
All right, so speaking of mandatory, while I was on break, I made a meme, Dratnus.
That's great.
You know the GIF where this is my first RLP of the season. You see it in the bottom right. Skylark did his first RLP of the season impression and getting frigid sharded while the boss melees you. It's a dynamic duo, and many of tanks have died to the first frigid shard.
Yep, absolutely. That's very hard to live. Especially you're playing DH, right? You're running in. DHs rely on, in a lot of cases, you're talenting into Soul Crush and Frailty, so you rely on getting these stacks on the single target to allow you to take less damage from them, right? Like every time you Spirit Bomb, you put a stack on them. Every time you Soul Cleave, you put 2 stacks on them, and those are reducing your damage taken from that mob. You've also, you're just kind of getting your sigil.
Your first
flame
global's
on the
like
mobs.
brand, right? Like to where you don't get meleeed and frigid sharded at the exact same time.
Yeah, if you don't put a fiery brand up first, but the problem is even if you do put a fiery brand up first, then you don't have a sigil. The sigils are giving you magic DR when you put them on targets. So there's a lot of different priorities that you kind of need to get your defenses rolling. I agree. Like you want something like fiery brand, meta, Feldev to be one of your first like 2 globals on Meladressa.
Mandatory
you have another
wiping
wipe
again.
coming out for mandatory. That's fine. Again, like this pull, we expect to be high failure rate because they're trying the 21, right? It's not the 20. They need this dungeon to be really, really perfect to actually time the 21 in here. This is a serious push key, but because it's Sunday, there's no point in just putting the 20 up, right? Because you don't need to live through to tomorrow anymore, nothing like that, right? You are playing for the win, for the end of the day, rather than just trying to live to tomorrow.
Well, even if this first pull, takes mandatory 3 or 4 attempts, they still skipped that 20, right? Like Shinra Tensei and Maj, both on the top portions of the screen, are in that 20. Where mandatory, they'll be able to save 30 minutes on that entire key if they're able to get that 21, even if that first pull does take them a couple attempts. And that first pull is probably one of the hardest parts of this dungeon, especially with how large you have to go. On Tyran, there's a question as well: do you have to pull Defiler Drogo into that first pull? Or are you going to be able to just kind of squeeze out the timer without pulling him into it?
Yeah, exactly. That is indeed the question. There's potentially some value as well to, the 20 as a practice tool for the 21, right? As a warm-up
These teams have
tool.
already practiced this dungeon, though, right? Probably.
That's true. I mean, this dungeon was one of the time trial dungeons, so it is among the most practiced of our keystones, right? Although, again, I think it was fortified. Was it fortified in this dungeon on the
I'm pulling
time
it up
trials?
right now.
Because was it a tyrannical Bracken or was it a fortified Bracken? It was.
Bracken was sanguine volcanic, which means that I think it had to be Tyran, right?
Okay, so then I think that we probably did the opposite for the other time trial dungeon. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a difference in texture between tyrannical and fortified in every dungeon. Although Ruby in particular, tyrannical isn't that much slower than fortified because there's only 3 bosses, right?
It was fortified, storming, bursting.
Okay, so they're used to the storming. And then raging and bursting. Raging is definitely nastier than bursting for high-level keys, but because every group is playing an augmentation evoker, those evokers have access to Overawe, which makes it so that their pressing roar clears things. And there it is. There's the 20. Ruby.
Maybe 21's not doable. Oh my gosh.
Well, I think that this might be. So we were talking about this earlier, like, you're playing for the end of the day, right? You're just playing to win the tournament, though, those kind of things. But
21's the chase, right? 21's the chase key.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as soon as you put the 20 up, now you're secure, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, mandatory have such a lead that they've built up as well. I think they could afford to throw some time at a 21, but we can see from Maj wiping in the 20 that even the 20 is not particularly easy by any stretch, right? The 20 is also very hard. So this is going to be like the 3rd or 4th dungeon that mandatory have had a 2 chest that they haven't used in. That's kind of crazy.
Dude, some teams actually were like 4 minutes under on a tyrannical 20. on live. That is on live, right? So
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if the 21's doable, but then again, it's about, like, would we rather do this on a 21 and spend a ton of time doing this on a 21, or would we rather go to something that's maybe a little bit easier, like Brackenhide or Azure Vault? And unfortunately, Madge wiping to the first boss here. The first boss, like every single boss in this dungeon, is incredibly deadly. I think that we're starting to get to a point where, and you're kind of lucky that it's Tyrant as opposed to Fortified, because the Destroyer is going to be a little bit easier. But the first pull of the dungeon, with how large you have to go with Draghar, and then every single boss is liable to completely wipe your group.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a dangerous dungeon all the way through. I feel like the first boss is maybe the most dangerous, though, especially with the way that trash gets pulled into it, something that you can't really do on the second and third bosses as well, right? Like, and the way that you're coming in with no cooldowns because of how dangerous those first pulls are. So I do think that it is a front-loaded dungeon, especially if you're doing the pull that Mandatory does at the start.
I mean, you could wipe to those Destroyers at any given moment, too. Those mobs are... This is just a really hard dungeon. I think it's like, while it is the shortest dungeon that we're going to see this weekend, I would say it's the most intense with pain points scattered throughout.
Yeah, it is difficult for the entire 30 minutes. It's only 30 minutes, but it is the entire 30 minutes.
Shinra Tensei top left have actually gotten through the first boss and are on that 20. If they keep slowly chugging away and don't fail a key for the first hour and a half, that would actually set them up really well to go for some of those chase keys that they need to make sure that they're secure.
You know, we were talking about Mandatory getting an edge over the field with the 2 chest. That ceases to be true if Mandatory just put up this 20 like they're trying right now. So Shinra will have had as good or better of a first hour than Mandatory. Shinra, you know, in most teams, the most important thing today is don't be fourth, right? The top 3 teams at the end of our day make it through to global finals. The 4th team doesn't. But there's still prize to be played for, prize and glory for getting, say, first instead of second, or second instead of third. Yeah. And Shinra they're playing in such a way where they're going to stay competitive for first. If they time this, if they one-shot this plus 20, basically, that is really, really good for them. They're going to advance to the to the top of our leaderboard right now. One problem for Shinra versus Mandatory is
their time.
So right now, right now the 2 teams have every single dungeon at the same key level timed, and Mandatory have almost 10 minutes better.
That's crazy, by the way.
6 dungeons. Which, I mean, if you think about it, that's like a minute and 40 seconds per dungeon, right? So it's not like a huge amount per dungeon, but it just adds up, and the consistency is the problem as well, right? Like, it's every single dungeon, except for the no-cood. Mandatory are faster in every dungeon than Shinra, and in the bracket in particular, they are I guess the Bracken was a different key, so the no-cood and the Bracken are different keys between the 2 teams, so I expect that will get resolved by the end of the day as well. Mandatory will put a Bracken on the board, Shinra will put a no-cood on the board, and even after that happens, though, I think Shinra are still looking at like 8 minutes worse across the rest of the keystones.
I started looking at some calcs because I was trying to figure out like how doable 21 Tyrant is, and without avoidance, 21 Tyrant, I think that living this is going to be a monumental feat. Like I don't know how reasonable it is without avoidance. Obviously, a bunch of people are running wards of Faceless Ire and rotating through the defenses really well, but it is very, very difficult. And you see it on screen right here. Shinra Tensei, even on the part that should be easy, which is like the trash mobs, it's like the Destroyer, not having that additional defensive value from like a bunch of avoidance makes these Destroyers hit you so hard whenever they're AoEing. And that kind of goes hand in hand with not only the first boss, but the second boss, all of that AoE not being affected by avoidance, or not having a ton of avoidance to be able to mitigate that is a big deal.
Yeah, it is very sketchy. It does look like Shinra are actually going to hold the battle res here as well, so that's going to be an extra bit of, I guess, safety that they'll preserve for the rest of this dungeon at least, being able to finish off that pull without committing that battle res. That is nice, although, the run now, I think the timer is probably still safe as well, is the thing, right? Like, it's a 20 and not a 21, so you probably don't need to squeeze every single second out of this timer. You probably don't need to send that battle res if you're still safe on getting through that pull.
Well, you probably do if you don't want to be 1 minute and 40 seconds behind a team at every single dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
That is an insane time, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more.
if your goal is to beat mandatory on the time tiebreakers, we've got a problem, right? Like that. I think at this point that's basically already not happening for Shinra. I mean, it could happen, right? Like particularly if both teams upgrade a bunch of keys and Shinra does them with fast keystones and mandatory does them with slow keystones, it could still happen. But I think realistically, the best path for Shinra Tensei to overall victory this weekend, not just to survival, say, but if they wanted to beat mandatory, it's probably by having an extra point, right, at this point, or a higher key, right, the better high key tiebreaker, right? Maybe putting up a 22 Azure Vault and mandatory being unable to do that, for instance, would be the kind of thing that I think is Shinra's best path. And the way that you make that happen is you just win every key when you do it, right? Like you one-shot the key, mandatory don't. Mandatory are spending an hour per keystone, you're spending 30 minutes. You just have more time in your day then as a result. So
sure.
I think that is Shinra's best pathway to the #1 spot here, because at this point Shinra, you got to be feeling pretty, I don't want to say comfortable, but you know that if you don't have a catastrophe, I think 4th place is well within your reach to avoid, right? You're probably going to put Madge and
Pedros are definitely Madge and Pedros are definitely the most likely candidates to go out today in 4th place. Just coming into the day.
That being said, we still have 4 hours left in our day, and we're running out of easy keys to do, right? Like, once these Ruby 16s and 19s and stuff, or 20s are all done, we are running out of keys that teams are going to be able to expect to succeed within their first couple of attempts. So that means even if you're feeling confident, you're going to get to a point where you're spending, say, an hour trying to put a new key on the board. If Madge and Pedros just do that successfully and one-shot those keys, and Shinra and Mandatory don't, all of this jockeying for advantage that we've seen over the first few days really only ends up adding up to like 1 or 2 points. That can easily disappear if Madge and Pedros clutch some keys, and if Shinra and Mandatory fail to do so once we get to those really, really high push levels in the next hour or so.
I'm kind of interested in Shinra, like if Shinra's going to be able to do this dungeon on a 21, because that would be a big point of contention between the teams.
Absolutely.
If Shinra does this dungeon on a 20 and is able to pull it off, and then they go into a 21 and are able to time it as well, that would be huge for them, whereas Mandatory are sticking to that 20. Look at what Shinra's doing right here with their movement. So a lot of teams don't optimize their movement this hard, but none of the TGP level teams are going to be playing either Flame Gullet or Thunderhead. And so whenever you're not playing those dragons, you have to really optimize where you're dropping these adds and optimizing the space from the boulders. And so then these teams are going to be placing these adds in very specific points. Additionally, there's a specific kick lockout rotation that you want on these adds that matters a lot for the Inferno cast. And that lockout rotation goes, basically you use 2 short lockouts and you insta-kick the first cast of the Firestorm. And then that will allow you to get a 3rd cast of the Firestorm. You let that go as long as possible. Then you use your longest lockout, which in this case is counterspell for all of the teams, and you counterspell the ad. Then that will give you the longest period of duration between the casts of Inferno and let you do more, not only boss damage, but more damage to the ad and make it more reliable. As you see Shinra Tensei in the top left, they locked that Firestorm ad out as late as possible, but now they're going to be summoning a new one because they're kind of on the back foot. This is why this key level is so difficult, and especially at 21, is because killing off those ads in a timely manner to where you can do some damage to the boss becomes problematic. And so every single key level you go up on Tyran, it just gets exponentially harder.
Yeah, exactly. You're spending more time killing each ad, which means you then get less time dealing damage to the boss.
Exactly.
And also the ads are more likely to get a second Inferno cast off, which if that happens at level 21, you're probably dead, right? You're already using all your defensives to survive the unavoidable ones. You can't have any extra ones coming
And then you have
out.
the space. You have the space question. Like, let's look at where Shinra Tensei is going to finish this fight, because they're the team that is progressing this 21st.
To Flame Goulet here. Yeah, you can see
they still have that left side ramp, but like beyond that, they don't have a ton more space, so they can probably afford like 4 more ads, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and if they were a key level higher, they could maybe be baiting a little bit more conservatively. You can sometimes even set it up where you sort of do a loop and you come back on the opposite side of the pathway, but it is sketchy to try and set that sort of thing up. They also did leave a little bit of space. Like, they could have headed towards the Thunder Dragon first instead if they wanted to for a little bit, and then done a U-turn. So, if they need it, they could get more space here. But yeah, you can definitely see that you don't have infinite space, and it's very important that you bait these boulders.
Oh
and
my god,
adds
I
in a
got
nice
the blow up.
direction.
No. There's so much. Okay, so the issue is like there's terrain here that sometimes will clip a boulder and make it explode instantly. And Shinra Tensei getting that, oh my gosh, right as the Inferno cast goes off and they're going to wipe to it.
Brutal. Yeah, those boulders, if they hit something, they do explode, and there are some pebbles that you got to try and avoid baiting onto there.
My god.
That is something that we saw in it was season 1 MDI as well, right? That happened to like Echo in one of their runs. These things happen. That's one of the things that this boss loves to do to you.
DXM and Dax were just like a hair too close too. They weren't even like that close to where the boulder exploded. They were just. It might have been 2 or 3 yards.
In the swirly, right?
Exactly.
And so that counts, unfortunately. So that's going to be minus 20 minutes off of Shinra Tensei's day.
They were going to kill the boss too. Like, dude,
they were looking good. They were chilling.
Oh man,
that's bad news.
Again,
and all of a sudden, we go from discussing Shinra Tensei fighting between first and second to now being back in that dangerous spot of 4th place, being back on the table for everybody. As Madge, Lamike going down actually to the burnout from the destroyer, unable to escape. Maybe a storming incident, if I had to guess.
It had to be.
That's usually what happens if you're dying to that as a tank, is you're infernal striking out at the last second. You don't see a storming. You get interrupted. Not good. You tell everybody lag.
That is definitely a lag moment. All right, so
always call lag. Anytime you die, whether it was lag or not, that's the strategy I use to avoid blame.
Okay, we kind of talk about how bad that was for Shinra Tensei, but I will say that you kind of need to.
He was actually. It was not a storming. It was just standing at the edge there of the burnout circle.
I see him.
He's off over to the right now, and you can see he's just fighting some mobs right there.
Oh, he just takes a half step
forward.
Up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's probably a cat walks on the W key of your keyboard is what I would be blaming for that sort of thing there.
Come here. Anyhow, we were talking about how bad that was for Shinra Tensei wiping to Kokia, especially when Kokia's at 20% HP. But in reality, across the entire day, it's not like the end of the world. You have 3 hours for chase keys, and that 20, we think it's likely to stand. There is a chance that 21 is the level that you want to be able to put up to be secure in this weekend, but it seems like it's going to be 20, especially with mandatory bailing on that 21 and going 20 instead.
Right. That I think is the biggest piece of evidence here is how quickly mandatory gave up on the 21. It's probably a pretty low success rate. It means that mandatory think it's a pretty low success rate key at that level, and if it's a low success rate key for mandatory, it's a low success rate key for everybody, right? Like that team has been looking so strong this weekend. So yeah, I agree. There's a pretty good chance that 20 Ruby Life Pools will stand. I think the 21 is possible, but is it more possible than the 22 Brackenhide, the 21 Halls of Infusion, the 22 Azure Vault in particular? I think the 22 Azure Vault has 2 things going for it. First of all, it's likely to be probably even easier than the 21 Ruby, and also it gives you a better tiebreaker, right? Because our first tiebreaker is just highest key level done. So if you can ever get a 22 instead of a 21, that is big value.
I have good news. I just pulled up some of the co-streams, and I was looking at. Oh my gosh! Did Match just accidentally pull Thunderhead?
They did indeed. It looks like they're keeping the dungeon going as well.
So that's what I was about to say. I pulled up Nerf's stream because we have basically every single team has a required. I don't say mandatory. They have a required co-streamer, and one of the things that the co-streamers have typically is like split times. And
there it is, the dragon.
How did they pull it? Oh, they pulled it with the pack. The pack accidentally walked through it as it was flying over.
Can we get that replay one more time and see how that one... Yeah, you can see Dr. J started the town portal, and then maybe the call was made. No, keep it going. Okay, so where is Thunderhead? There's a Scorchling off over to the side there. Shelly runs forward, tags the next pack, and then Thunderhead flies by. So that's how it
global
happens.
Combats you. Yeah, Thunderhead global combats you. So
Shelly
it's like
tries to die to it so that it doesn't get the rest of the group in combat, but like you said, it is global combat. Yeah, and then that Storm Breath instantly just comes in and breaks them. But even with 5 deaths on the board and a full reset on that pull, Madge electing to continue this run, not hearthing out. It's a aggressive strategy here, but I think I like it. I think they did have a few minutes of wiggle room here. It does mean if that 20 Ruby stands, theirs is going to be slow, right? We're going to be seeing like a 29-30 out of them at best at this point, probably on their timer. So if other teams put up, say, a 27-minute, a 28-minute run,
Okay.
Madge are going to be losing time tie breaks as a result of continuing this run rather than starting a new one.
Okay, so circling back to what I was saying about the co-streaming, I'm looking at Lemike splits. So all the teams basically use this weak ore. This is like a pretty universal timer for a lot of high-end key pushers. And what it actually has functionality for is like showing your previous best splits for like tyrannical keys on this level. And for Madge, their best time during practice was a 26-minute, 42-second run, which means that even with the 5 deaths, the key is still doable.
Exactly.
They were actually 42 seconds under on their Meladrissa split from their previous best in this dungeon.
So maybe they're even still on pace for like a 28 or something.
Yeah,
but I suspect
think
it's like
they're
a
pretty
29.
fast.
I mean, with a full wipe like that, running back, plus 25 seconds of death timer, I think that it's probably... I think it is probably going to be close. It's probably going to be in that 29 range, but we will see. If they can keep it clean from here, maybe they can gain some time in the remainder of this dungeon.
They need Kokia killed off by, it looks like about 21 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're still on pace for that, but not by a lot because there is still trash to take care of. I think this is their last Destroyer pull, though, so they're nearly ready to pull the boss. On a 20 Tyrannical, though, that Kokia fight lasts quite a while because, like we said,
that is a very long
more
fight,
ads,
yes.
That you have to kill more total ads, and each ad has more health, so it's a double dipping increase in time, every increase in key level on fights like that.
I gotta start using that more where I go look at the team splits that they have for those dungeons during practice.
That's nice. That works out well. Mandatory working on Kokia here up in the top left. They're on pace here to get Kokia dead around that 20-minute mark. That's going to be nice for them. They are definitely on pace for putting this 20 on the board. 0 deaths for them so far. Just got to avoid any Molten Boulder instant explosion incidents.
It is, it's really easy to blow them up, especially whenever you're maximizing your space.
Ooh, they had to rock through the fire a little bit there as well. Mode ends
good
up
rescue.
taking a tick of that ground. Yeah, the rescue is going to save their Evoker and Priest. Mode has to enter a bit of an early tree form. Another early boulder
really close.
explosion. Yeah.
They're getting really close to Flame Goulet here. Oh.
Well, look at this, though. They can U-turn. They've left the right-hand side of the path clear, so they can actually start heading back towards where the boss spawned.
Oh, good boulder.
Heading back towards where the boss spawned is actually really nice, because then when the boss dies, you're closer to where you want to be, right? They've left themselves a channel to walk through here, so... that is going to be nice if they can avoid pulling those Thundercasters. If you pull one of those Thundercasters, it is all over. Those mobs they are slow, they're annoying, you got to kick them. They do like a knockback or something as well. They've got that Unlucky Strike, which I think is a curse to spell, so you could actually clear it with Cauterizing Flame, but...
No, you don't pull those mobs. Do not pull those mobs.
We're going to try our best to avoid it, is what I'm saying here. So they've got to make sure that they thread the needle here.
Wait.
As they flee. Oh, they're just going to leave that ad over there, it looks like. Maybe. Oh, no,
they changed the ads to have the fire despawn this season? I actually didn't know that. So in Season 1, the fire didn't despawn at all. But the dungeons have apparently been slightly updated since then. That's... Okay.
Yeah, either that or they started the boss by pulling it all the way over to the side, which I didn't see, but...
No, there's
I
no
think
way.
You're
The
probably
boss is at
right.
11%, right?
Yeah, the fire is just eventually despawning, which is nice. That again, look at this U-turn as well, getting back towards where they started. This is one of those things that the best teams in the world do almost instinctively, is you just think about, where do I want to be when this fight ends, right? I want to be right where that firewall is. I want to be right ready to go into the rest of the dungeon. And then you kind of work backwards from there and engineer that being the reality. And that's exactly what's going to happen here for Mandatory. They're going to get this boss killed off, and they are right where they want to be. No running required. Whereas other teams, sometimes you kill far away and you have to walk all the way back there. With
this kill time, I think they're probably going to be posturing for like a 28, 27-30 maybe. Run of this dungeon, assuming that they have no mistakes here with their skips. Which, yeah, it's really easy to have mistakes with your skips. Certainly true. We've seen this area, we've seen deaths on that skip quite a bit for a few different teams. Mandatory, though, executing it not just cleanly, but quickly as well. No delay as they wait for a Wernstone or anything like that. They just get it instantly. Meanwhile, Madge in the top right, they are on pace to finish Kokia right about at that 21-minute marker. We need 21 minutes. That is the time that we were looking for you to be okay.
Their run is still live, but it's not safe. It is, they are in the danger zone here. our Maj. Meanwhile, Shinra on another restart of their dungeon. 8 minutes in now with a 7:42 Meladressa split. We like that. That's nice and quick. And they are now starting their upper ring area. And in the bottom left, Pedro's per hour succeeded at 3-chesting that 16. Let's see how well they can do in this 19. There was all between the other teams the drama of whether or not you could 2-chest, which ends up maybe not mattering because maybe you don't do the 21 anyways, so maybe not a big deal after all. It's just a question of saving a few minutes here or there rather than saving you an entire dungeon run. Unless Pedro's, one way that Pedro's could say, you know what, we're not getting eliminated today, is 2-chest the 19 and then time the 21. You do that, and you are basically locking yourself into the global finals. All right, Meladressa nearly dead for Pedro's per hour. Meanwhile, Mandatory up in the top left, getting this mini-boss pulled. It's going okay for them so far. They also have swapped Skylark, I believe, onto the Blood Elf. I think he played Night Elf in the 16, although maybe I'm mistaken on that. But this Blood Elf does come in pretty clutch in this area in particular. You save a lot of time because you don't get all those shields absorbed onto the mini-boss.
Not only is it really good for here, but it's also good for the first pull of the dungeon. Whenever you have all those Chill Weavers, whenever they cast a shield, particularly on like the Earth Shapers can't be interrupted or stopped on like their Seismic Slam, and so you actually need the Purge for that too. So it makes sense as well. You're not
and
really
also
gonna...
the Flame Dance as well, right? Those mobs that go out in a blaze of glory, you could just hit the Blood Elf and they'll instantly die.
Typically you have like Priest or Mage Purge. I don't know if they're talented into that for this dungeon, but in theory, yeah, it would be also good for that.
Yeah, it is a nice dungeon for the offensive dispels. So
you're not melding anything as a tank
nice
in
bit
here.
Of value.
Yeah, we're not doing the budget shroud double misery meld thing in this dungeon. So it's mostly fine to just be playing Torrent.
Yeah, although Madge, you can see Lamike still on that Night Elf. Same with Pedro's Yoda there. So it's not a unanimous decision by any stretch, but I prefer the Blood Elf in this dungeon as well. I think it makes the most sense here, too.
It's just a small gain.
It is a minor optimization for sure, especially because you've already got Mass Dispel available and Spell Steal and Purge offensively, too. So it's not giving you access to a unique resource. It's just a nice, extra cheap AoE Dispel.
All right, so Mandatory onto the final boss here.
I mean, look how much time they have here as well. They got 7 minutes to deal with this fight. This fight's going to take probably 5.
I was thinking 4:30
available as well. Yeah.
It was like 3:20 for them on a 19.
Okay, yeah, so maybe 4 even. And they do have the Lust. The Lust is going to line up with 2s once they're the way that you do this fight for safety. And for efficiency, actually, is you lust 50%, right? Because that is a 2-target moment. You get full uptime on 2-target DPS, and it's also the time where you're in the most danger, while both Urquhart and Kairaka are blasting you at the same time.
Not only is it important to press it at 50%, but it's also important for Kairaka to land at 50% as well, because Kairaka won't cancel the breath cast like right after they land. And so like if they start doing that roaring fire breath, and then you push them to 50%, either Urquhart or Kairaka, then you're able to get that full breath before the boss mounts. And then you can also potentially queue Urquhart's Storm Slash up as well, and then even get a longer duration before they'll mount and start doing that Flame Spit. Because the Flame Spit casts what's it called? Inferno Core, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe the dot's called Inferno Core. Doesn't really matter. Whenever you get that debuff on you, you're like really scared. And you're also really scared whenever they're like overlaps, because you get the interrupting shout at the same time that you have that dot on you. You could actually just like die 100-0 if you don't press disperse or block or have Defy Fate available.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where it's not just a defensive. You need a good defensive going.
You need like an immunity. Yeah, all buttons are being pressed. Ward Me is called too. Like you're pressing.
Okay, here goes. Lust, Breath of Eons, all the 2s coming out for Mandatory.
It's with the breath
Power Infusion
at 50%. Yeah.
Void Torrent. Yep, we are blasting. Kairaka being the primary target here. This is safety, right? As soon as Kairaka dies, we are chilling. We can't wipe, but we need to kill that dragon as quickly as possible. On some of the lower key levels, you would do some more even cleave for a little bit more efficiency. At this key level, every single person is putting every single global into Kairaka. Urquhart getting cleaves a little bit for free is fine, but no damage is primary targeting Urquhart for sure.
They have good spell queuing as well. The interrupting Cloudburst cast from Urquhart is coming out probably about 15 seconds after that Inferno Core dot fades off the players. And so that means that there's no real way for a player to get one-shot 100-0. Kairaka actually goes down before that Flame Spit cast going off, and Mandatory is going to be able to do this dungeon in 26 15-ish. That's really good for them. And now that calls into question, like, were they supposed to be doing the 21?
Yeah, this is a timer that definitely shows that the time side of this dungeon could work on the 21, although the danger, they had 0 deaths in this run, but how many times did they drop to 10% health? Anytime you dropped to 10% health in a 21, or in a 20, you were dead in the 21, right? So yeah. It is a sketchy proposition. This is nice for mandatory, though. This is going to put them at 123 points, and they still have a bracken they can go and improve. I wonder if I think you probably do flee the Ruby life pools at this point. I think that bracken and then the Azure Vault should be the next orders of business.
No avoidance just makes the first boss super tough.
Yeah,
like
brutal.
Really,
there it is, 26-24. Nice work by mandatory. Fast
That's an insane time tiebreaker. Yeah,
yeah, they are setting themselves up for an incredible amount of success here. And yeah, it's just a question of where that green dot travels to next. And you could say in Ruby as well, right? You've been in Ruby for the past hour and 20 minutes. You are used to it. You're warmed up in it. Everybody's muscle memory is set for Ruby. I wouldn't hate staying in Ruby for a couple of attempts on the 21 as well, now that you've put the 20 on the board.
But now we're done,
I would
right?
be heading to Bracken. Yeah,
but we're done with the homework keys of the day, right? Now we're starting to look at chase keys for like, okay, what is our next point? What is our next easiest point coming from? And then you start working top down from like the easiest and then go to the hardest. And it might be something as simple as like Azure Vault 22, which would be kind of weird.
So the Azure Vault 22 it's not necessarily the easiest.
It's Brack 22.
Yeah, Bracken 21 even, I think, is another option. I wouldn't be surprised, given how mandatory it played, if they just choose to slot the 21 in instead of the 22.
Well, they have so much time to even try the 22 if they think it's doable.
Yeah, but I think that their philosophy so far has been, let's just get this 1 point at a time, right? Let's just put them on the board. Let's not spend time with potential on our scorecard that we might not realize, right? Let's just do the 21 and then come back later. Maybe one attempt at the 22, and then as soon as you wipe, go 21. That's basically what they've been doing in the Halls of Infusion. That's what they did in the Ruby as well. So I agree with you. I would be tempted to put in the 22, but I think that their perspective is like, if we get this 21 done, we are...
Maybe this is the
really
last homework
to just
key,
do whatever
right?
we want, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not really a homework key at 21.
The 21 is the
timed
homework
by other teams, but it is still really hard.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is the 21 would be the homework key, whereas the 22 would be the chase. The 21 halls would be the chase type of thing.
Yeah, I think 22 Azure Vault is the 22 I would like to see teams attempt first as well. Like, that key is it's really nice because it's also
look at this. You were right about the tiebreaker.
Yeah, mandatory. I mean, they've been playing this way pretty much all weekend. They've had these 2 chests, and then they haven't tried to capitalize on them, and they've instead chosen to just, put the guaranteed points on the board. Let's take a look at mandatory, or at Madge rather, though, the other team that starts with MA, as
they're the 5 deaths
slamming the lust. Yeah, that was the wipe, right? They wiped to pulling the Thunder Dragon. And they are going to hit the lust on Urquhart and Kairaka. That's right. A dragon of many different names.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yes, I do that. You like started pausing. I was like, where's he going with this?
Kairaka getting just a beat up here by Madge, but Soda also in some danger there. Angelic Bulwark proccing, keeping him alive. Kairaka maybe going to get one more flame spit out. As long as they can finish Kairaka here, they are chilling on the timer.
Dude,
even with that full wipe. They're actually so fast in here because think about how much time that wipes cost them, and then consider that Mandatory have a 26-24 in here. Madge are only going to be like a minute and a half slower with 5 deaths of death timer plus the time it took to run back after that wipe. Madge are really fast, but the downside of this is even if your potential in this dungeon is fast, you didn't actually put that on the board, right? And if you're going to leave this 20 here, that means your time tiebreak is just going to have this blemish on it forever.
But Madge in general has had insane time tiebreaker over teams like Pedro's Per Hour and Shinra Tensei. Madge has been putting up incredibly impressive times. They're not putting up mandatory level times, but they are, in terms of like total time, they are the second place team by a significant amount. And I think that they can even afford this, what you describe as a blemish, which, it's still them timing this 20.
Yeah, I mean, it's still great, of course. It's still good. It's just, if we're in that world of it coming down to time tiebreakers, it is definitely a disadvantage, and you can see it in the splits there, that extra minute and a half that they have in this dungeon. Of course, for that to be a disadvantage, it's going to rely on Shinra and Pedro's to actually put up a clean 20, which Shinra up in the top left are most of the way through their 20 right now. They have Kokia in the danger zone here. There's a couple of pebbles they got to watch out for in this particular part of terrain, so hopefully they can avoid another incident over here as they bait those molten boulders. Pedro's also in this part of the dungeon working on the 19 rather than the 20, so let's see how that works out. And of course in the bottom right we do have Mandatory that have entered the Brackenhide 21, so they basically have sequenced the opposite order as Pedro's did the start of their day.
Yeah, I was doing some research on this Brackenhide before the day started. Mandatory plays by far the least amount of trash in this area. A lot of teams were going for like 2 to 3 beach pulls, where Mandatory was only doing like 1 pull in this area, then immediately pulling the boss and then grabbing that basically free trash into the boss after a trick totem goes down. It's kind of interesting to see just how different the route is. And I think that you said it best yesterday when you were like, there's a lot of trash that you can pull in this dungeon. There's not necessarily a lot of trash that you want to pull in here, but it makes routing in here pretty unique because there is just so much that you can potentially pull.
Yeah, it is a very interesting dungeon here. There are some dungeons where pretty much everybody agrees on what you're supposed to pull and when, and then there are some where we see the disagreements, and it's pretty cool in TGP as well, because usually teams will stick with their strategy for the whole weekend, right? You won't try and learn something another team is doing, because even if it's better, it's only a little better and you have the practice on your strat. Sometimes we see some really impressive stuff, though, as Fired Up does go down for Pedro's at the end of that boss encounter to the dot that was left behind by that last ad. Not a big deal. Looks like Pedro's are setting up a different pull here, though, than most teams. Actually not going to be skipping. Yeah,
wow.
So they need to do an extra pull here. They're going to be fighting an extra Tempest Channeler pull. These things are kind of sketchy, but mostly they're slow.
So most teams come into this area at about 78% enemy forces. That way you can skip the first 2 warriors and this Tempest Channeler. And the reason that the Tempest Channeler is slow, like Dratnos was pointing out, is because you can't really pull it with any other mobs. Like, you can't pull 2 Tempest Channelers together, for example, because they'll just wipe you. I guess the question now comes down to, like, is Pedro's per hour going to be able to 2-chest this dungeon? They need 24 minutes. We know the last boss is about 3:30-ish is what you want for that final encounter. I think they're going to be okay to be able to do that, but they're going to have to get these final couple of pulls dealt with rapidly.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think that's I think it'll be okay. We can see those splits in the bottom left there, and there's wiggle room. And again, it doesn't really matter whether you 2 or 3 or 1 chest the 19 as well, right? So there's really the full 12 minutes here for Pedro's up in the top right.
Yeah, I was gonna say the splits are also gonna be a little bit different because in theory Pedro should have a shorter first boss split than all the other teams, mostly due to the fact that they're just pulling less trash
there.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, Shinra up in the top left, also nearing the end of their dungeon here. They are looking solid for the timer too. They're just on this mini boss, and then they'll be going into the boss, so potentially in a position to put up, say, a 26-27 minute Ruby as well if that boss goes cleanly for them. Lust is going to be coming up for them right about when the 50% marker gets reached too. So efficient Lust for Shinra Tensei.
Yeah, that's good.
This is going to put them at if they time this key, that's going to tie them back up with Mandatory, put them in a position once again to be losing the time tiebreaker by 10 minutes, of course, but still a good place for Shinra to be, keeping pace ahead of Madge and Pedro's, which means they'll have more time to work on those stretch goal keystones. Really, after they put this 20 on the board,
they need a 21 no-coup.
I guess 21 no Kud is the non-stretch goal keystone. It's the keystone that somebody else has timed, although only Mandatory has put a 21 no Kud on the board, so it's not an easy key, right?
I mean, Shinra 2-chested the 19 on day 1, and then looked like they were going to try the 21 before having to bail on it to, go for the safe play to not get eliminated on day 1. But like after having seen them like at least even try that 21 no Kud for a little bit, it seemed like it's in their wheelhouse timer-wise to be able to get it dealt with. Of course, it's going to be a bit challenging because that no-Kud is Sanguine, but it's definitely doable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think that the question is, like, I feel like there's some merit to be heading to a 22 Azure Vault soon as well. I think even if you spend more time putting a 22 Azure Vault on the board than, say, a 21 Halls of Infusion, a 21 Ruby, even a 21 Nokud, that 22 Azure Vault does give you a tiebreaker, right? Like, our first tiebreaker isn't time, it's highest key level done.
Exactly.
And so getting a 22 on the board means that maybe you can be in a position where you can actually beat Mandatory at the same points as them if they're spending their time working on 21 Halls of Infusion, for instance, that they almost timed, and you instead put a 22 Azure Vault up. So I think I think there's an argument to be made there. The question is, how feasible do you think that 22 Azure Vault is? And that's the thing that we are speculating on, and the teams the teams actually know, right? They know how reliable their 22 Vault is with those affixes. That's something that they have practiced and thought about.
It's so interesting how close all of these teams really are together in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, 3 of the teams are going to the global finals, but today is kind of trying to distinguish who the 4th place team is that's going to be eliminated. It's not even, but on top of that, it's also like who's going to be the most consistent with their chase keys, that kind of thing. And those are going to be the big differentiators for who's going to be able to make it to global finals, and unfortunately, who is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, this is getting very intense here as we now have Pedros and Shinra both working on their last boss, about to make it to that push. Lust is going to be available for Shinra right on this push. For Pedros, it's actually not going to be. Pedros are going to have to press this Lust a little bit later than they'd like, I think, on this encounter. Potentially
yeah,
something.
we'll find out if that's the case or not, but we'll also find out what's Ironic has to say, because it's time for him to jump back onto the cast. Time for Dratnos to get a much-needed break. Go, take a rest. Well done. And now your watch is ended. Well, for a little while anyway, but we'll see you later. But meanwhile, welcome, Zyronic.
Welcome, Zyra.
Thank you. It's been fun to watch the teams push up Ruby Life Pools. It's, one of the faster-paced keys that we have available, and of course, giving them a tyrannical Ruby Life Pools, while it may seem like it's kind of nice for that upper ring section of the dungeon, makes the bosses take forever, makes them that much more dangerous, which is why we're kind of seeing them go for the 20 instead of go for the 21 that, Mandatory potentially could have gone with their 2 chest on the 19.
Ooh, top right-hand corner of the screen, pages per hour. Crims just rips his Void Eruption and PI without Lust, even though Lust is coming up in 40 seconds here. It does make sense because it's like 2-target cleave, but at the same point, you really do want that with the Bloodlust, because they should, in theory, be getting the entire Bloodlust within the 2-chest timer.
I can see an argument for either way. At this point, if you wait for the Bloodlust to pop the 2 minutes here, that means you'll just be hitting Karaka with nothing up, and you'll probably get an extra set of Flame Spits. They just wanted to burn down this dragon as quickly as possible.
But we just lost the Eons too, right? Like, I don't know.
I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Because, he's still in the Void Eruption, or he was when the Eons was active for the most part. It's not the biggest optimization problem. Like, again, they're just looking to time the key here. The 2 chests shouldn't be that big of a deal unless they think the 21 is possible. Even then, they have more than enough time to get the 2 chest off anyways.
I think that I was Dratnos and I were kind of talking about the dungeons that are potentially doable today for chase keys. I'm thinking it's like 22 Azure Vault, 21 Halls of Infusion, and the rest are pretty steep challenges.
Based off of the timers that we saw yesterday, and maybe extrapolating out that Mandatory has been so much faster than the other teams, I could potentially see Mandatory being able to take down a 22 Brackenhide. Obviously, we're seeing them go into the 21 now just because we saw that's what Shinra Tensei did. But
I don't know if they're gonna be able to kill the totems on a 22. Is also part of it.
I think they can though. So
those totems are beefy.
They are, but when we've seen teams go into the 21, usually the mark of whether or not the totems are killable on a key level higher kind of comes down to that last GCD on the totem before that goes off. And usually their Frost Mages, they're trying to get at least 2 big Glacial Spikes into the totem, right? And they've been casting those second Glacial Spikes at the last second, and they've been heavily overkilling the totems with them. So I think it might actually be possible. The timer definitely suggests that they can get it done.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of whether or not that's what they want to spend their time doing, because we're very, very rapidly, reaching the point where, like you said just now, there's no easy keys left, really. After, the teams kind of get their one key that they're in done right now, all of the remaining keys are going to be difficult and take some progression to get through, especially with, the low levels of tertiaries that they have available to them.
We had a Keystone scaling graphic for the top of show, and I hope we could show it again as well. Dude, Macine is separating out this Shaper to where... That was actually interesting tech with the sleepwalk. That's basically +1 mob for free that doesn't really do anything. And he Warrenstone ports up to it, so that Shaper is going to patrol around. Oh, it even snaps. Even better. It doesn't even have to walk up the wall. I thought I was going to walk up the wall to him, but it snaps to him.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Shaper that patrols around with the Rod Hexer.
Yeah. But
so
it's
they
not,
really
not
don't want that
attached,
mob.
right?
Yeah, they're not attached. So if they need that count just to make their route work, that's some pretty nice tech to just separate it out and get it done. We see that a lot in this key, where there are packs put together that aren't necessarily linked together. So if you can separate them out, you can pull them. We saw that in the highlight on the start of the show with the hyenas in this dungeon.
Yeah, look at the bottom right about the dungeon scaling as well. So that's why this is kind of why 21 is a level that locks a lot of the dungeons down, is because it's like 573% modifier, and then the next modifier for the 22 is 640%. And so unless you have a lot of time available on the key, they just continue to get exponentially harder as you go up in keystone level. And so while the timer might be okay, you're going to start getting one shot at a specific point as well, and that becomes tough. And that's why you see a lot of teams running like Wards of Faceless Ire on many of their players, including even their mages.
Yeah, I mean that's why we the key scaling is 10% per key, and to the average viewer that hasn't really pushed the super high key yet, it might not sound like a lot. 10%'s doesn't seem like a big number, but when it's been multiplied on top of itself, at this point in a level 22 key 22 times.
Big math.
Exponential numbers get up there, man. They get up there. So, yeah, it gets scary. I mean, remember yesterday we were talking about this in the Azure Vault 21 when teams were going into there after seeing mandatory math it out on day one. Those cooldowns work great on a 21. Do they work on a 22? After the Stomp and the Brand both do 10% more damage? Don't know yet. We'll have to see if that actually works on a 22, because that 10% extra damage, that means that you would have had to live every single Brand and Stomp on the 21 with more than 10% of your HP left. And actually, it might even be more than that, because you're not accounting for absorbs at that point either. It's a lot of math that has to be done, maybe a little bit of trial and error that has to be done, and that's only for one of the dungeons. When you look at the dungeons that Mandatory has left, we know that they can do the 21 Halls, we know that they can do the 21 Brackenhide. Once those two are gone, is there even score left on the board for the rest of the day?
I mean, I think it's the Azure Vault, and I think it's probably the Halls of Infusion. We saw them get really close to that Halls of Infusion yesterday on a 21. We're calling it a chase key. It's not something that they're going to be able to do with like insane consistency, but they should be able to do it with a few attempts, right?
Yeah, well, I feel like we're kind of a broken record for saying this all weekend, but Mandatory really has kind of been the standout team, obviously, right? Yes, Shinra Tensei has been putting up a fantastic call and response to even be on the same score as them, but if we were to click on that score on the leaderboard there, you'd see that Mandatory holds an 8.5-minute tiebreaker advantage over them, so they're going at an insane pace throughout the dungeon. But of course, again, one of the conversation points we've had all weekend as well is that these dungeons aren't really gated at the high level by the time in the key. It's gated by whether or not you're able to live it for the most part. That's what the Azure Vault is going to be. That's what the Halls of Infusion was. And that's also kind of what this Brackenhide is going to be as well. Can you kill the totems? Can you live through those AoEs on the last boss?
I don't want to speak too soon,
That's
but
right.
I'm about to speak too soon and say that I think that Mandatory, the way that they've been playing this weekend, they're posturing to actually win the entire TGP. The level of dominance that they've shown against really high level competition is insanely cool. I don't think that we've ever seen a team that's actually just like blown the other teams out of the water like this.
I can think of one. But
Does it rhyme with Schmecko?
It does. What a coincidence. But hey, guess what? We're back. I brought Dranos with me because some teams are on a break right now. So we decided to take a little break ourselves and play a little game called Whose Spell Is It Anyway? You'll have to try to decipher the spell based on only the information available to you from the tooltip. The tooltip can be from abilities, talents, or items usable within dungeons. So let's see who can assert some dominance and WoW knowledge
I think
here.
Dranos
What
has
is
got to
it?
be the best here at this.
Oh yeah, this is prophetic stone scales. This is
Oh, yeah.
this is the death trinket
Yeah,
from
you
Dawn
guys
of the
did you know
Infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you what most of the words are here as well. It's like upon sustaining fatal damage or something. It heals you for the damage that you took in the last 10 seconds.
Cheating death.
For the next 12 seconds, your haste is increased.
Dude, you already
and
knew.
the mobs that were responsible for your untimely demise deal 20% less damage to you. This effect can only occur once every 8 minutes. Prophetic stun
right.
scales. Bang.
Let's just see it. There it is. Yeah, no question.
Okay.
He had it instantly. Do we have any more? We might have to
that
like
one was
make
a
you
little
sit out
bit
of the
too
next
easy.
That
one.
one was a freebie. Oh, which icon is it? It's D,
Oh.
clearly.
D, bottom right.
Clearly, it's D.
Oh,
You can see.
okay.
Look at the Photoshop and see. You can see them adding in those
I
extra
know.
scales that they would never be C, surely.
I mean, it looks okay. You've got kind of a layered thing. B, you've just got kind of a little bit of a color swap going on. Which one is it? What's the right icon here?
That's got to be D.
Yeah.
All right, it's D.
Yep.
It is indeed D.
Dude, Mandatory is doing something cool in the top left. I think I'm trying to get a replay for us in a sec.
Yeah. We'll take a pause from this to take a look at that. Unless
So basically, what they were
unless we
doing
need
is
to fill
they
some
were
time. Go ahead.
They were pulling a lot of the trash into gut shot. They were jumping over that gap that we saw teams do. I think it was back in season 2, and they were pulling a ton of trash into gut shot. Not to derail this conversation about prophetic stone scale.
Were they using
How dare
Warmstone
you.
to get back, or was the priest gripping after pulling the trash? Let's see. Actually, we'll get a good point of it here. I'm gonna assume that it's.
I think Skylark was Warnstunning. Oh no, it wasn't even Skylark. That was
No, they
Warren
just
doing.
had gathered it all already. It looks
Oh
like.
no, they'd already
yeah.
gathered it before this
Okay.
replay started.
I see.
Excellent. And this was probably the mastered on those hyenas again as well from that patrol.
They also had the
Oh,
biters.
they have biters too.
Exactly.
Sweet.
They have biters and rot hexer that's coming in as well. They went over the gap.
How?
I didn't see who did it. It has to either be Mason or Skylarked.
You can hover over towards that area where the Rot Hexer patrol is that you would go to right after this boss, anyways, and just tag it with like a ranged spell, probably like a Living Flame, and then just Warnstone back up to the group. We didn't get a POV of that, I don't think, or maybe it was a little bit earlier on, but that's the tech. Like Tettle said, we had that tech used back in season 2 of the TGP as well. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not
Okay,
mistaken.
I pulled up a VOD of it. Skylark Vengeful glides and then Warnstone's back after pulling the mobs. So it's the tank that goes and grabs all of this trash. It's really cool.
Very cool.
All right. Well, are we gonna go? Oh, here's another one. Okay. Yeah. So what's this one? What's this one?
It's
Let's-
one of
hold
the
on.
4 different
Let's-
bloodlusts in the game.
Imagine
Let's
they
give-
put all the different bloodlust up and we don't know.
That's what it's gonna be. 5-minute cooldown.
It's gonna be
That-
the Evoker one. It's gonna be the Evoker one.
You think it's Fury of the Aspects?
It's
So
gotta be,
it's
right?
exhausted, right? It's exhausted, so it's not temporal. It's not time warp because that's temporal displacement, right?
Yeah.
Sated is bloodlust. Ancient
Blood-
hysteria.
yep.
Which one's ancient hysteria?
That's the BM Hunter pet one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Also, that wouldn't cost mana because it's a pet that casts it, right? So
Right, it's
yeah,
Fury
Fury
of
of
the
the
Aspects.
Aspects.
It's gotta be.
Love it. Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
I
What do we got?
thought Exhausted was Ancient Hysteria. I thought that was Hunter, but I might be wrong here. I don't think I
find
should
out.
go
I mean-
against Dratnos because I feel like this is just a way for me to lose.
I'm
Pets
looking
can
at
be
the pixels.
exhausted. Pets have mana.
Okay,
Oh,
look at the
you see
pixels. Enhance.
Look at the pixels.
I like the I like Fury of the Aspects. Although I'm
Yeah,
a little bit
it looks
worried
like
that
there's more than 3 words if it passed that blur on the name of the spell, right? So that would
I mean,
rule
I'm a
out
little
Ancient
bit worried that
Hysteria.
it's not that long.
Blood love.
Of a
So
title.
Fury of the Aspects would be longer. You're thinking?
I'm a little bit worried of that, but I like Zyro's logic. I'm sticking with Fury of the
All right,
Aspects.
show it.
Can tell from the pixels and having seen a few bloodlust abilities in his time. It is Fury of the Aspects. There you go.
F.
Incredible. Oh, we maybe could have guessed it from the requires level 60 as well. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Sure.
Good.
Fair enough. Yeah. Whoops. All right. This one is a little bit tougher.
I
I
think it's-
play Evoker, so I think it's C.
Oh,
I
interesting.
play
I was
Evoker,
thinking,
so I should
I was thinking it was.
nasty.
I was thinking it was between
Dude,
B
like
and D.
C and B are basically the same thing with like a slightly different brightness shift. What is this?
So I think it's
pretty
B.
sure it's.
but-
I'm pretty sure it's C.
I think it's C. Yeah.
Maybe
I like
I'm
C
gonna
as
weigh
well.
on this.
You can do some of the classic test taking stuff, right? Where like A is kind of different, right? A is the only one where red's on the right, so it's probably not that one. But then if you have clever test makers, they sometimes make that the right answer. But I think it's I think I like C as well.
Also,
the
is your monitor color correction good enough to know which one it is between B, C, and D?
Look at the right two sections of the wing on B and D. Don't those look kind of photoshopped in?
I agree. That's what I'm thinking too.
It's gonna be really embarrassing if it's one of those two, but I like C.
It's C. I'm going C with this. Again, I play Evoker. I've played Evoker All expansion. I should know this.
I'm gonna say D, but I don't feel great about it.
I'm pretty sure the color scheme on A and C are correct, and they're just flipped. Yeah, I think it's just C.
Yeah, it's C. Okay. Oh, relief.
F.
We got
Incredible.
one. Excellent.
What a fun quiz.
That was a fun one. It looks like we have 3 teams running again. I'm not sure if we're going to do any more here or if we're going to jump back into the focusing on the actual teams doing actual runs.
We should be looking at this mandatory in the top left. We might even want
Fair
to
full
screening them. Like, mandatory in the top
left. We'll have more
left.
of these for later, yeah. Let's do it.
So what they're going to do is they're actually going to maintain combat for the War Scourges for Signet brand damage, and they're also going to be trying to maintain Codex uptime on all of their DPS that are wearing that Codex, like the Razgeth Trinket Codex, not the other one. Where they have like really strong on use and like damage effects, so making sure that they maintain combat before pulling Decay Triarch is huge.
Okay, yeah, that is tech that was talked about during the season, but I didn't see anyone ever actually do it. That's actually really smart. So that means you get an on use of the trinket on essentially every single totem if you can stay in combat long enough to keep that cooldown down, right?
Yeah, on top of that as well, people are going to be wearing both Bellerelos and that on-use trinket, so you'll be able to cycle through double strong on-use, and you'll just be like stacking up that Codex over time and then have a lot more active abilities. Then beyond that, you're just going to be like rotating between Ray of Frost and Void Torrent, alternating which one you're going to be using on each totem. Basically, you have to use like 2 strong abilities per totem, maybe even potentially 3, depending on what you're actually using. The Void Torrent, I think, is a little bit weaker than like Ray of Frost, for example. So there you might have to send something else like a Dreambinder staff potentially or something weird.
Oh,
like
Ray
that.
is definitely way stronger than Void Torrent. I
yeah.
that.
The Ray's not soloing it though. Like you need Ray plus Bellerelos or Ray plus Grief Torch or something like that. So everybody's wearing either it's at least one on use trinket. Skylark is wearing Grief Torch plus Signet brand, and then everybody else is potentially wearing up to 2 on use trinkets for just totem killing.
See, Mode is Bellow plus Tome, so is Hopeful. Yep. Maestine is also Bellow Tome. All of them are Bellow Tome.
Yep,
Except for, of course, Stove, who's Bellow class trinket. But that makes sense. That's just a really good overall damage trinket in general.
Well, Shadow Priest are the main characters as well, so you can't ask them to do too much for you. But
I'm
again,
surprised they even got him to equip the Bellow, to be honest.
So that tome, that Codex tome, it's that's why you're going to see them pull these War Scourges into the boss. It's to make sure that you're not ever dropping your stacks of either the trinkets, the Signet brand, or the Codex.
Right. Here we go. They're going to bring that last War Scourge in at about as low as they can afford to get it in, pull the boss, then kill it off quickly. And of course, we're going to see quick bursts of damage as all of those tomes go off onto every single totem. And then, like you mentioned, this is really similar to a lot of the other dungeons that we've talked about, where everything kind of happens on a 2-minute cycle, right? They've got their 2-minute cooldowns. Of course, Bellerelos, also 2-minute cooldown. Mana Grief Torch, also 2-minute cooldown, unless someone dies, I guess. Could be lower. If you can get through 2 minutes of this boss, you can theoretically get through as long as you need to go to on the boss. There's the first totem coming out. This is just 2-minute cooldowns. I doubt they used anything other than their tomes on that one. Next one, they'll still have the Void form up, but they probably can pop one of their trinkets onto it. And you have to remember, your Frostmage is also double Glacial Spiking everyone. It'll probably be Ray of Frost, yeah, if I had to guess. GS into...
Oh, he's not even...
Where's the Ray?
Ooh, it's just
not
Lust.
Even Ring. Just Lust. Okay.
Oh, Void Torrent to the boss even there.
It did.
So it's gonna be
okay.
It's gonna be Ray 1. Okay, so every single totem every single cycle you're getting 2 totems. It's gonna be Ray 1 Void Torrent 2 is what they actually look like they're setting up for.
Okay. Well,
cool.
They're also burning this boss, by the way. It's already below 70% in the space of 2 totems here. This is totem number 3, charging up a Fire Breath as well. I believe I saw one of the bellows go off on it, too, here. And this totem's just getting destroyed.
There's the Ray.
Ray of Frost is almost overkill on that totem there. He could have gotten a second GS off and not had to use it. But, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? They're dealing with these totems so easily on this key level. I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to do this on a 22-man.
Well, they over-kitted themselves to be able to kill, honestly, more totems than they're going to have to. The boss could probably be summoning like 3 totems per phase, and they would be able to kill those because everybody's running those double on use. It's just a ton of upfront damage. It's a really smart decision for mandatory. I don't think that many teams were running double on use in this dungeon, and I heard that there was like a lot of problems with like totem killing and consistency. But Mandatory are proving right now that they are incredibly consistent with the totem killing.
And we're rolling back around to the 2-minute cooldowns here, and it's just kind of a reset and go again here from the start of the key. If you can kill the totems to this point, all of your cooldowns should be back up for this totem set here. So 2 minutes onto this one should be very easy. There was a bellow there too.
Right.
And I mean, the thing I also want to point out is they could also pool a lot more for these totems. Stove could easily charge up enough insanity to pop 3 devouring plagues into every single one of these totems. I don't think he's really doing that right now if he doesn't need to. He does have about enough for 2 right now, and he's doing a lot of boss damage as well. But that's the thing, right? They have so much time left. If they have close to amount, I'm assuming they'd have about 3 minutes less at this point in the Key in 22. If he can just opt to do a little less boss damage to burst off these totems, dude, Hopeful didn't even get to cast his second glacial spike on that totem, man.
So, something that's actually kind of hard to notice, but is really smart, is you look at everybody that's getting into melee of this totem. It actually reduces the travel time on things like the glacial spike and the auspicious spirits from the Shadow Priest. And so you really want to try to get as close to the totem as possible because milliseconds matter. And like if you weren't as close to the boss or to that totem right there, the cast might have gone off.
Yeah, that one was pretty close. That's the closest I think I've seen so far from them. Maybe, bad positioning, maybe late usages there, maybe a trinket was missed. But again, not an issue on the 21. And the thing is as well, on the 22, if they do potentially go for it, one totem going off with how much they're overkilling these isn't necessarily the end of the world. You might have one
really bad.
One assigned. It is really bad. Don't get me wrong. It's bad. It's a lot of damage on the group. But remember, it's fortified, so it's not going to be the thing that kills you. And if you're overkilling every other totem, it'll be okay in the long run. But I mean, that one thing's for sure, Mandatory is going to get through this 21 with plenty of time left on the board. And I doubt 22 is something they're going to go for right away. Right, like we were talking about, they still have the Halls of Infusion to go for.
It's the AV.
That's also within the realm of possibility, too. Do you really think 22 AV is going to be easier than the 21 Halls that they've already shown off? They've gotten to the end of the dungeon and just wiped to their tank dying at an incredibly inopportune time.
Yes, I do think it's easier. I think it's easier because, like, no team is actually trying to optimize Azure Vault 21. Like, no team is actually doing anything impressive pull sizing-wise in, like, the first area, which you could, right? Like, if you're going to throw 5 or so attempts at the first area, you can actually do something that's a lot more sketch, less reliable. But in such, you're going to be able to basically ensure that your timer and the key is going to be done in time.
Mandatory or finishing off this Bracken Hide
Shinra
2.5
no
minutes
food, by the
faster
way.
than everyone else, by the way.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for the time tiebreaker. I think that Mandatory, I don't want to say that they're 100% safe to the global finals, but I think that Bracken Hide is probably locking up their global final spot right now.
Yeah. Shinra did go to the Not Good. That makes sense. That's one of the main dungeons that Mandatory has over everyone right now. They're the only one to have gone into that 21 and timed it so far. Shinra did have a great run in this 21 on day 1. They weren't able to finish it off, though. They actually ended up dying in that Tierra and Maruk area here. Unfortunately for Pedro's per hour, Crim's going down to a living bomb. And, kind of just goes to show you, this key level scaling, even though it's tyrannical, every single one of those living destroyers, they do so much damage. Those living bombs do so much single target damage, and if you get a bad overlap with any of the extra bolts from the Cinder Weavers that just don't manage to get stopped, it gets pretty brutal up there. As a matter of fact, I've also seen teams just playing super safe on the trash up there, even on Tyrannical, making sure they're dispelling those burning ambitions so that the Cinder Weavers don't just chain bolts all over the place, just playing it as safe as they possibly can to make sure they can get through that trash cleanly.
Match, you're standing on top of Pride Rock, not able to get targeted by any of those lashers. That's the big point of like standing on a bunch of these LOS spots or Z-axis spots inside of Bracken Hide. That's why you see a lot of other teams doing it too, is that you're not able to get jumped on by the lashers. And so these Wilted Oaks spawn a ton of them. And so removing those bleeds off of your players is a massive damage save.
Oh yeah, very, very clean execution from them here.
I'm trying to see if we can show totem damage for that Bracken Hide. I'm not 100% sure if we're allowed to, but I think it would be kind of cool from the Mandatory Bracken Hide because they dealt with those totems perfectly. I thought that was really a masterclass on how to deal with all those totems.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get it. It's just a matter of making sure they get the log clipped for us. We'll be getting it the second they have the available time to do so. Shinra Tensei in the Naka defensive, going for that massive second pull. And it's not going well for them, but, you know, on a 21, fortified, sanguine, it's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday the only other team that's actually timed this dungeon on a 21 mandatory, they wiped this first pull like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's just a tough pull, man. It's a tough pull. I mean, you're pulling 20 mobs on fortified. The other thing as well, like one of the things we haven't really talked about because it's been so textbook for most of the teams is there's a lot that goes into making sure that pull is super safe, right? Most of the players do not want to get in combat with anything until the tank has every single available one of the sniper's marks. That way they won't just get focus fired down by the longbows over the duration of the pull. Dude, and then really it's kind of just all on the tank to live.
I have Hopeful's stream pulled up on the left side of the screen. Mm-hmm. You'll never guess where they're going.
22.
22 yes. Academy. That's crazy.
22 Academy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is not the dungeon I would have ever predicted.
I wouldn't have predicted that to be the easiest one to go for, but based off of their timer, and then again based off of how easy it is to live the certain mechanics in this dungeon, I think it's within the realm of possibility. And the nice thing about this dungeon as well is, you know, we covered this yesterday. When you're going for this crazy first pull that can save you upwards of 2 to 3 minutes in the key, front-loading the difficulty into the first 3 or 4 minutes of the pull, it's pretty efficient. If they can get through this pull, they're on for a good run here. And, you know, most of the Croth mechanics they were able to live through with plenty of HP. We didn't see any super scary moments on Veximus for them. I don't know. It looks like it's possible. Mode even not going down to the Eagles here, that's fantastic. I mean, we kind of just write that off as a healer death every time. If he's able to stay alive and do just a little bit of extra damage, that's great. They got it done on their first try.
Easy until Vex. It's more just like coming down to like if you can live Vex and make sure that your Croth split is to the point where you're not going to be just owned on the timer. Those are the 2 big points for being able to time this key. It's a very challenging dungeon. I don't think that I would have selected this. All right, so we have Rot Burst Totem damage in the bottom left. And you see Hopeful actually topping damage on the Rot Burst Totem. Macing on that Aug Evoker actually in second place, though, which makes sense. You know, Logs does show damage contribution from the Aug to it. But on top of that, he's running that Bellarellos. He's running the double on-use Trinket. So he has a lot of active abilities to be able to do and contribute a lot of damage to those totems. And so it was honestly a group effort. Mode and Skylart aren't doing a small amount of damage. Mode being above the tank is quite impressive.
And again, that was without Stove really pooling to try to do as much totem damage as they needed, right? They could definitely eke a little bit more out there, but not worried about that right now. They're in the Alcathar, not the Brackenhide 22. This is going to be a full wipe in the middle section of the dungeon here for Madge. Not what you want to see. They're actually just going to have to reset again, and let's find out what happened here. If I had to guess, it's probably just a tank death, and yep, there it is. This pull is pretty brutal for the tank, because not only are they just obviously tanking all of the trash, but all of the leaps from the Lashers can only go on them, right? Your range player standing up on the pull cannot get targeted by those, so there's a lot of focus put on the tank there, and, you know, sometimes they can just go down to that.
Dude, we got so much cool stuff going on. We saw Maystein hover the gap, pull the first pack of Eagles into the group, and now with the re-snap on the Lashers, now we have the second pack of Alpha Eagles. Generally, the comm is going to be on this pull, only focus down the birds, only be focusing down the Alpha Eagle. The Lashers aren't going to be gating you from progressing this dungeon. You want to be doing as much damage to that Alpha Eagle as possible, because that's going to enable you to pull the next pack of Alpha Eagles, which is going to then spawn Croth a little bit faster. And so that's like the important element of doing that pull and doing those snaps.
Now, one of the things I'm curious about is what their Croth strategy is going to be. The typical strategy we see on live is using 2 minutes on the pole and then extending out your second set of 2 minutes in the Croth fight through 5 screeches in order to get 2 minutes on the damage amp with the Fire Orb. However, on live, that's again attributed and able to be lived by just having so much extra avoidance on your gear. They're probably going to have to use a whole bunch of extra wards and externals to live through that, and I'm curious. Let's take a look at Mandatory in the Alcathar Academy here.
You're only going to eat. You're only ever going to eat 4. Like you're never actually going to eat a 5th. You're going to have to LOS at some point.
You can line it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the typical line spots are either on the second one or on the fourth one. Lining on the 5th is actually a bit difficult because the boss can sink the breath into the Sonic Screech a little bit. In a weird way.
Hold on, though. More issues for Madge. First pull of Brackenhide as they get back in there. Another wipe. Just more time lost for them.
We just run it back. It's fine. It's the cost of doing business.
you were saying about lining, sorry.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna have to line this boss. That was basically that was the end of the thought.
Oh.
2 or 4 are typically the spots where you're gonna be lining. That you're gonna like mass barrier 3, Zephyr 5. Actually, no, you probably Zephyr 5, mass barrier 3. Yeah.
The 5th isn't something I'm necessarily worried about, right? Because they have buttons to press for those. They have Disperse, they have Ice Cold. I think you can just line the 5th. I think what I've seen teams mostly do is use like some combination of Rescue plus Mass Barrier on the 3rd and then Zephyr on the 4th.
Lining 5 is
all
just,
of those will work, right? Everything.
Lining 5 is just really sketch because you can sync into 2 different combos, so you don't know exactly when you want to be lining.
Yeah, the 5th one, the boss does sometimes spell queue a breath beforehand, right? The overpowering.
Yeah,
gust, so.
And if you get the breath on you while you're LOSing, you're probably dead because how large that cone is just like it's a bit too wide for you to be able to like reliably dodge.
Well, enough guessing. It's time to see them actually do it. Boss is going to be pulled from mandatory in the next 15 seconds or so here as they wait for the RP to spawn the boss, and we'll see just how many of those screeches they're planning on taking.
The other twos on pull, like you were calling out, like the Shadow Priest cooldowns are definitely the important part. And so, like you were saying, you rip those immediately on pull. And that's why you need to go to 5, is because the 2s come back up like right after the 5th set. And so that's why like Shadow Priest pressing everything right now. And then you go to 5.
The timing is actually a little annoying, right? The 2-minute cooldowns come up about, I think it's about 6 seconds before the 6th screech. So you need to really actually time that orb throw very, very well to make sure you don't get hit by a 6-stack screech, which will clearly one-shot you because you're front-loading all your cooldowns to live through 3, 4, and 5 plus whatever lining you're doing. We'll see, though. First 2 shouldn't be too big of an issue. We see a Rescue on Stove there just to make sure he doesn't have to spend any of his GCDs pressing defensive cooldowns instead of just doing damage to the boss. We love taking care of our Shadow Priests in these groups. That was Screech number 2. Screech number 3 will probably see a Mass Barrier or a Zephyr come out to live that.
They're posturing for Zephyr. Yep. I think so. It looks like Zephyr is going to be the button that's pressed. Yeah, Mace Team was like making sure. So it's actually kind of important when you're playing Og to like center up on the boss and make sure that everybody's going to be in range of that Zephyr because you have shorter range.
Mm-hmm. And then if they are going to line one, it would likely be either here or on the next one. Like you said, the timing on the 5th is pretty annoying, so we'll probably see it on the 4th if they were going to do it. Here's the Gust. The 4th Screech is going to be right after. We can see Macian and Mode going to the line spot. They won't get the circle on
Stove
them here.
Is also, Stove also LOS, yeah.
Perfect.
What's
Perfect
Hopeful have? Oh, Hopeful has Ice Cold. I actually don't think he's going to need to line at all because Macian will just rescue Hopeful here, maybe?
You can also, well, he has Ice Cold and Greater Invis, right? So you can use one of those on 4, use the other one on 5, plus the rescue, and then he should be fine here no matter what. He even has the Cauterize just in the back pocket, just in case.
Yeah, Major has too many defenses for Omni-C to be able to show everything. It's suffering for success, truly.
He actually just has Ice Block in this dungeon. It's not even Ice Cold, so he's fully immune to this. Not going to take any damage whatsoever. That was it. That was the 5th Screech here. So they're going to be throwing this orb in the next 10 seconds or so. Here you can see the 2 minutes coming off cooldown in 3 or 4 seconds here for Stove here, and we're going to get a big burst of damage on the boss as Skylark throws that orb. Their debuffs will reset, and they get to blast Croth here. This boss is going to go low very, very quickly.
Yeah, you tip your Fire Breath as well. Mode's even in cat form convoking the boss. Everybody's just trying to do as much damage as possible. Getting Croth down really low inside of that burn is pivotal, and that's why you see them spike all the way up to 450k DPS, and that's really high for your DPS without Lust on that burn. Typically, like even with Lust coming out of your burn, you won't be as high as 450k DPS. So Mandatory is really optimizing their damage globals to make sure that Croth isn't going to be a problem on this 22 key level. This boss sucks at a super high level, so I'm excited to see how Mandatory is going to be able to deal with like the final little bit of this fight. They need to have this boss killed off about the 10:30 time for their Lust timer. That's the time we're really aiming to see.
Yeah, and because it's such a high key level, right, they really actually haven't gotten the boss as low as I would have expected them to. They're going to have to do yet another 3 or 4 stack here just to make sure they can live through the boss after they reset it one more time. So we're probably going to see another line on the 4th from the 3 players that we saw last time around. And, yeah, we can see Stove already starting to line on this one here. This is the 3rd one, so
you typically
sure they don't get those extra debuffs.
You typically go 5 then 4 for wave 2. You're not actually trying to line it up with any like offensive CDs. It's normally just like a defensive cooldown allocation. You start to run out of defensives if you're not doing super well. Oh, actually, Mandatory's shipping it on the 3rd with 3 stacks of that debuff there. Now they're getting all those haste buffs. If you actually are pre-planted on top of that haste buff, you can duplicate it to where multiple people are going to be able to get it. It doesn't look like they were doing that. they're going to have to play in this phase for a while. You really want that boss to be below 20% normally whenever you.
I feel like this was either a
orb.
misfire or they had to do it because people had CDs missing for the next Screech. I mean, look at the 2-minute cooldowns here. They're coming up just now, and it's going to be after the haste buffs from the orbs are gone. I mean, there's just not perfect execution from them, which is, not what we're used to seeing from them this weekend. They still should be fine. The boss will die before they get in any...
Right?
Was it intentional? I don't know.
I think it has to be. It's not typical, but I think it had to be intentional. It might have been with lust or with combustion or something that they were shipping the haste buff.
That's not the main character of the group.
I mean, it can be though. Like you're not gonna go 5 into 5. Like that's not reasonable.
Yeah. Well, they're going to get the boss down anyways, and they're well past that 10:30 mark that you were talking about. We'll have to see. They're going to have to do a giant pull here to make up time. It's going to be that double Ravager pull that we've seen other teams try to pull off, and do it on the lower key levels, but do 22 fortified, setting up that pull.
Look at their loss.
Anyone that's in combat early is in danger, for sure.
Yeah, so their loss is coming up in 4 seconds. There's only a 32-minute timer. So basically, they're not going... I guess, are they going to commit to a 3-less strat? Like,
also, I think it's important to mention,
unless
my eyes are deceiving me, Hopeful's hands were purple at the end of that boss, which means that he popped his personal time warp at the end of that boss just to make sure it went down. Really trying to make sure they get that lust timer possible. They do have Fear of the Aspects, but he's not going to have double lust for this big AoE pull. They're really trying to make sure their timers are as tight as possible so they can get that fourth lust in on this pull, and then it's really not going to happen for them, right? Look, if they pop this lust even right now while they're gathering, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you got to press it while you're walking? Like, that sounds terrible. Ooh, Mason.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That was sick. Okay, that was actually a subtle thing that Mason did, but he spatialed his sleepwalk, and then he spatial sleptwalked the Scepter's cast on that big AoE while Skylark was continuing to just grab double Ravager. And, okay, so they're committed basically to just doing triple lust inside of this dungeon. It makes sense because Mandatory had the fastest time in this dungeon, but a lot of that came down to the fact that they were the only team that has recognized that the Invoker's missiles frontal. Mm-hmm. And so that actually saved them a lot of time on the back end. So this could be something that they're looking to do. But the big point that they need to focus on right now is Living Veximus. I think that Living Veximus is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I was actually looking at this yesterday, seeing if it was even possible to live through a fortified mana bomb tick plus hit on Veximus, which is usually kind of what you want to look at as the kind of marker that you can live. So like a Shadow Priest with essentially Bis gear and about 3,500 versatility on Tournament Realm, which might even be a little low, that mana bomb, 1 tick plus 1 hit, which is the final tick plus hit of the mana bomb, hits for 2.12 million damage. For a Shadow Priest running Icy Preservation, has Fade up, has your Flash of Light healing DR up, has a Power Word Shield and a fully stacked Mental Fortitude, you live that by 200k HP on 22 fortified. So Shadow Priest can live every single one, as long as they're fully topped.
Assuming that they're topped, right? Yeah.
Yeah, assuming you're topped.
What's
So it's livable.
Hopefully we're running Ward in this dungeon yesterday. Let me look. Is he running Ward?
He's running it again. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So basically the reason that they're running a bunch of wards is to make sure that Stove is able to live. This dungeon is really hard for Shadow Priest to live, particularly like Vex. So, having Skylark, having Hopeful, having Mode all running those wards and being able to use them at will on Stove is nice.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong for your Shadow Priest, right? If they aren't running Icy Preservation, they're going full damage and they're running the Corrupting Rage Flask. If you get Decay on that Corrupting Rage Flask, it'll eat into your Mental Fortitude shield. If your Trinket procs, if your class Trinket procs, that Decay will also eat into your Mental Fortitude shield, and not having that 10% HP shield can be the thing that keeps you alive on some of these big one-shot mechanics that bosses have.
Yeah, I misspoke. Skylark actually is running double tank Trinket right now, so it's actually just Mode, Hopeful, and Mastein running those wards.
Okay, so it is the triple ward setup. Okay,
it's still triple ward. It's just not from. It's not from their tank. They run it from their tank in Azure Vault. Ooh, Shinra Tensei bottom right, having a couple of deaths here. They had one death a bit earlier, but it's looking like this waterfall pull might be getting the best of them as Fu and DXM have gone down, and and now they're going to be dying to the totemic overload because DXM not there to be able to top them off.
Unfortunate. This is a wipe that hurts a lot more than the first one we saw on this key, right? You're losing 15 minutes of time here on the final day. And,
that one sucks.
Even though they had a great day yesterday, the gap is closing, man. You want to be top 3 at the end of the day today. You don't want to be that one team left out, because remember, the top 3 are the teams that qualify for the global finals later on this month. So, gonna have to wipe it up, get back in there, go again quickly, because we've already seen they could... they theoretically have this key done, right? They pretty much got all of their trash done on day 1, but they weren't able to finish it off, right? They had issues in that third boss area, and they had to reset and go for the 20 just to stay alive.
Let's play games, Zyro. Do you think Mandatory is going to be able to live Veximus?
I'm
going to go with no. I think they're going to wipe to Veximus this first time.
I'm going to say 50-50. Not only for
you have to pick yes or no. You're not allowed to pick 50-50.
not only for the bit, because I legitimately feel like, I don't know, it depends on how they play it. Most teams haven't been letting orbs
Depends on how they
to
play.
prevent the overlap. No.
Wait a second here. Wait a second. You can't be like, hey, yes or no, and you're like, oh, I'm 50-50 on it.
They could be doing both.
That's literally not answering the question.
Listen, he's the one who posed the question. I'm just giving him my thought process and what I'm thinking about right now. I think if they play the boss the theoretically perfect way, where you let an orb in early on after the second fissure to make sure you don't get any overlaps, that way they have their major personal cooldowns just to live through an extra mana bomb where they don't have anything, I think yes. I also think if there's any team that's going to do it, it is going to be them. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to be the foil to you.
Okay,
you
there
say
we go.
No,
You're the love watcher, and apparently I'm the hate watcher of the group.
I had to come in on that one. That was unacceptable. Okay, glad we got an answer there. All right.
Can we full screen this mandatory pull? This is actually pretty big. So they're going to want to send a bomb into the boss around the 1 minute 50 second mark. Whenever you feed the boss a bomb, you're able to omit potentially bad overlaps just by giving the boss a little bit more energy. The downside of that is that you do take the incidental damage from the contacting the boss, but with very specific moments of which they're contacting the boss, it makes this fight a lot easier to live, basically, because you're not going to be having that bomb AoE one-shot situation where you have to burn your disperser, burn your ice block.
Let's look at what buttons they're pressing for these as well. That one was Zephyr. They lived it very, very cleanly. That 20% AoE DR coming in clutch for them. Next set of mana bombs coming out here shortly. There's a slight overlap here where you have time just barely to get healed up before the next fissure once that mana bar at the bottom of the boss reaches 100%. Hope Mode's got everyone topped off. Going to take a quick burst of damage here. And here's the point that you were talking about. Now is when you want to be able to let an orb into the boss. But you can't do it when the health bars are this low. And also, the boss is about to cast another set of mana bombs. So really, it's kind of annoying. You want to let an orb in right after these mana bombs to get a fissure off once again. Hopeful
it's the
blocks
second set of
one off.
It's the second set of orbs here that you actually end up spawning it on. Maestein, I think, is the most likely candidate to be dying on this fight, so he is the person who's probably in the most danger. He does have a lot of buttons that he's able to press, but it's typically going to be active mid. I don't know if he has his Defy Fate available. Just looking at the raid frame, it does look like he has it available.
Tettles, they're not doing it. They're going to get the overlap.
This is the AoE. This is the overlap. You have that bomb going off, and then half a second later, that Arcane Fissure. And Mode able to have everybody topped up. Skylark jumped out of melee range of the boss and dropped the darkness on the entire crew as well. And so that was really well prepared by Mandatory to be able to get through the hardest part of this fight. And Skylark just almost died to the frontal from Vex.
But he's still alive and notably still has the cheat deaths, the prophetic stone scales that we covered in the trivia question earlier today. Quick little alter time right before the bomb goes off to make sure he's completely topped for the explosion, which is the dangerous part of the damage instance, and it looks like Mandatory are going to be able to get through this fight. They're more than 2 minutes into the fight, which means their first set of cooldowns they use for the first set of bombs should be coming back off cooldown, and you can see the Zephyr's off cooldown, probably going to be used on the next set of bombs. Looks like they're going to be able to get through it on the first try, but the question then remains, do they have the time to finish the dungeon off?
I have hopefuls. I have the squad streams pulled up on the side whenever I'm trying to look at something that's specifically happening inside of the dungeons, and I'm looking at hopeful splits. So one of the things with the squad streams is that a bunch of the teams have the splits available, And it looks like Mandatory has timed 22 Fortified Academy before, and their best Veximus time was 20 minutes and 49 seconds. And so this is looking like they're going to improve their previous best Vex split, which is going to be under the timer as a whole. And so this is looking very good for Mandatory posturing to be able to time this key. If they're able to one-shot it, I think that locks up this weekend. I think that they're going to be safe moving into the global finals. And I don't want to announce them as like, the Cup A champions too early, because that's, they don't have that secured. But I think that they will almost certainly be locked up to go to the global finals, which is huge. Like that is big for them. They have been playing out of their absolute minds. And I think a lot of it's come down to the fact that they've been turning it on just as a crew since being signed to Mandatory. I think that having that organizational support for them has really added a lot to this group's play and just to this group's consistently tier in and event out.
100%. I mean, Zerator, the guy who runs Mandatory, the guy who owns the team, he's live right now. It's French. I don't know how to pronounce it, man. I'm just
you
just
say
a
with
caster.
an accent, Zerator. Yeah, like that.
All good. Yeah, he's live right now, supporting the team on Twitch as well. One of our many co-stream watch parties that's happening at the same time as our official stream here. And yeah, like you said, Mandatory, their best Veximus split was, you said 2050, is that right? 2050?
Yes.
Yeah, they're 40 seconds up on their best split from practice right now. They're coasting.
I think it's really cool. I think that these teams are looking really good. Yeah, okay, so see, this is exactly what I was looking at on the co-stream. So there's a lot of things that are blocked on this screen. They don't want you to be able to, they don't want Echo to be able to take their strats and like see their kicks and who's kicking what. However, if you look to the far right, you see the negative split timer. We don't typically have that on the TGP broadcast because we don't have like previous best splits, but Hopeful does have that negative split on it. And so they were 39 seconds under their previous best Veximus split on a key that they timed. You only get those negative split timers on a key that you have previously timed, and it separates between Tyrannical and Fortified as well.
Okay, so Mandatory are on a hot run right now. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it together. Still difficult portions of the key coming up ahead here. Making sure you get the correct bleed dispels on those branches on this boss is one of the things you can see. They do have that branch. CC landslid off in the corner there. It is going to come out very shortly here, and they're going to be able to dispel the next set of bleeds. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they're able to keep that up. But going around the board here, Madge once again in that 21 bracket height. I believe this is their third attempt at the key. And so far, they're on for a good run here. Through that dangerous trash that's been causing them so many issues after the trio, onto Treemouth, and looks like they're on a pretty good pace as well.
Yeah, that's right. We're on a pretty good pace for bringing casters into the proper time. Isn't that right, Nagura?
That is indeed right.
That's right.
Goodbye.
That's right. See you later, Tuttles. Welcome back, Nagura. Mandatory trying to complete this 22. What do you think? Zyronic gave him the yes after a brief discussion on Veximus. Do you feel like they're going to be able to finish it off, though?
Well, they're looking very good right now. They didn't have any major mistakes. They have 0 deaths still, and they for sure think that this is timeable, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't have gone into that 22 Academy. So I think this is actually going to be timed. I mean, obviously, unless they make mistakes later on. But I think most of the difficult parts of this key are already over, right? I do think that Croft and Veximus on such a high key level are incredibly difficult, and a lot of the trash pulls that they have to do are already done too. So we do have one major trash pull still coming in after Overgrown Ancient, where we've seen some of the teams struggle before, but they're holding on to Bloodlust for that pull, presumably. So I do think, that's going to be the make or break it point from here on out.
Yeah, also respecting the boss here, it was in the 20, I believe, that Mandatory didn't pop their second set of 2-minute cooldowns on the Overgrown Ancient. This time around, gonna be using those. Gonna be playing it safe. They need to kill this boss off before it does anything too extra. You really only have enough to live through certain amounts of those bleeds if they are on you for too long. They do have the tech for the branches, though, and of course the burst forth is still a big burst of damage here, though. But as long as they're able to finish off that branch right after the next bleed goes out, they're home free. And with this boss so low, they should be good to go. Skylark, though, is having to tank a lot of the melees from these Hungry Lashers here, and you can see that debuff is stacking up. Even though it's getting dispelled essentially on cooldown from Maystein, it still can put Skylark in a scary position. So look at that, Skylark up to 40 stacks of the debuff, gets dispelled once again. They're just burning the boss, though, not even trying to kill off these Hungry Lashers here. Mandatory is going to be able to kill off Overgrown Ancient, and is that a split improvement once again from them? Let's check out the Hopeful POV on my other monitor. 24-44 is their best split. It's a little bit of a time loss compared to the previous split, but still 24 seconds ahead. Looking good for them. They have the Bloodlust available for this next pull. They also have the 2 minutes coming off cooldown as well. So, yeah, they're definitely in the running here for a time 22 Algathar Academy. And not only that, but on their first try on the competition this weekend.
That's actually just incredible. Mandatory putting on such a show. There we go. Bloodlust is being used for this huge trash pool. As I've mentioned before, this is one of the most dangerous parts of the dungeon here, as so much trash is being gathered up. And of course, there's lots of casters in there, so lots of interrupts they have to do. So much damage onto Skylark as well on this fortified affix. So everything has to be perfect on this pull. And so far, they managed to gather up everything nicely, which is one of the major difficulties on this pull. And they did manage to do that. So now it's all just about burning it down and interrupting those missiles.
And they're doing a great job of it so far. And one of the things that was called out for earlier on this weekend as well is the way that those Invoker's missiles work, right? They're essentially frontals, right? So if you're behind the mob, they don't actually hit you. And we can see Skylark doing a good job. They do kill the tank, but he's already the one taking the damage. So if you can throw you've got 3 wards, you've got a bunch of healing, toss them on the tank here. No one else should be taking any damage. And also, just to add insult to injury to this pack, you can also see Stove making great use of that Dominate Mind on the Restorer once again to give himself and Hopeful those haste buffs to make the pack die that much more quickly. This pack is taking quite a long time for them, though, and we're just now cresting the 6-minute mark of time left in the key in order to get the time down. It's going to be a close one. On those splits that we saw from Hopeful's POV, they killed this boss off in their practice run at 31:52. That's barely any time left in the key, so the margins are extremely slim here, as they do get to when you get into the 22 key level.
Yeah, another really dangerous pull coming in here because they are engaging Echo of Duragosa, but also the last few trash packs that they need as well. So this is going to be super, super dangerous for them as they have to watch out for the boss's mechanics, but also all of this trash coming in as well. They're line of sighting on the side here, making sure that all of these caster mobs are gathering up onto the boss. And of course, Storf, as you mentioned, is also casting the shield onto all of the players, making sure they get that extra damage buff from the Invoker. There we go. All of the mobs did come in now, but still trying to just finish off the mobs from the previous pack. They had to continue because they knew the timer for the boss is close, so they did not manage to fully finish off the previous pack that they used Bloodlust on.
Oh, I love this. Look at what they're doing. Hopeful and Stove are purposefully eating orbs on this encounter to give themselves stacks of the damage buff, just to make sure they can do as much damage as possible to get this boss down. Just popping extra personal cooldowns, getting a buff, going in. That damage buff when it stacks to 3, it's a ton of extra damage.
Yeah, it is. And you have to, it's a timing thing as well, right? Because the shield that you get from the Invoker, once the Absorb is broken, you lose the buff from the Invoker. So you need to make sure you get the buff from the boss first and then get the Invoker shield afterwards to make sure that you're not breaking through that. So really well done by Mandatory here.
Boss down below 75%, little over 4 minutes left on the key. It looks like they are well ahead of schedule here. Just need to not go down to any of the errant missile casts that are left on these final couple of mobs. Make sure you're not getting overlapped by any bomb plus missile combo from the boss, and they're good to go. They do have multiple battle reses stored up here, but if, for instance, Skylark does go down while there's trash still alive, that would almost instantly be a wipe for them. There's no way they'd be able to live through it. One of the trash mobs go down. They've got one extra Spiteful Shade going out. If that happens to be on top of the boss whenever they get pulled in, someone could go down to it. Looks like it's going to decay out before that happens, though.
Yeah, 2 more mobs left alive. They are about to finish them up as well, using their last set of interrupts to make sure that the missiles don't go through onto Skylark. But there we go. 1 more Echo Knight, that last shade spawning that they can see and deal with. And that's it. The trash is that they still have a percentage from the Invoker that is mind control they still need to deal with eventually. But for now, they are utilizing that shield to get the extra damage in. And 55% on a boss. Looking at the time... yeah, I mean, I think it's doable. It's very close, though. This boss just has so much HP in a 22.
They've been in combat now for well over 4 minutes when you count the chain trash into the boss here. 3 minutes left on the boss timer with all of the trash dead and the boss below 50%. They should be well ahead of schedule. Doing a great job, but now it's just a single target encounter, right? Just got to make sure you're playing the mechanics properly. We've been focusing a lot on Mandatory in the last 10 minutes for a couple of different reasons. Number one, It's just the hardest key that's on the board right now, but we should check in on what other teams have gotten done in the meantime. Petros per hour notably did get their 20 Ruby Life Pools done. Very important for them. Puts them up into second place right now based off of time tiebreak, so huge time for them. Madge are on a run here in this Brackenhide Hollow. This would be a great +1 for them to get as well. Not the fastest run that we've seen out of any of the teams, but it doesn't look like that's going to be too much of an issue for them here. We just want to get the key done, get the +1 on the board so we have time to move to some of the other keys. And then, of course, Shinra Tensei on their third attempt, I believe. Oh, in this not good offensive.
Oh, no.
But DXN goes down to the Totemic Overload. This is the same thing that happened to them in the last run, almost in the exact same place. It's going to be yet another full team wipe.
Oh no, this is just so bad for Shinra. As you said, this is the exact area, the exact pool where they had issues before. Did not commit Bloodlust for this either. I wonder if that... Oh no, they did, never mind. Sorry, that was just a UI bug where it was not visible while the team was dead. So they did commit Bloodlust, still did not manage to get all of the spells interrupted. They keep dying to the lightning bolts going through, which of course there's so many casts going off, it's hard to gather this pull up initially, and then there's just so many interrupts that you need to do. Some of the mobs also not CCable properly. You can only use direct interrupts. You cannot interrupt with silences or with Incabors, Disorients, and so on, which makes it even harder for this pull. But yeah, heartbreaking for Shinra. Mandatory though. Down to 4% on the boss, and they have a minute left, so they're doing it. They're going to be timing this key. They have to finish off the Restorer as well, that they now release. And, I mean, what a run by Mandatory. 0 deaths, 22. This is actually a world record key. We've never seen this before. Wow. I mean, what a performance by Mandatory. Absolutely incredible.
Love the POV we're getting here as the boss goes down. Very happy moments for the team there.
20-minute break. Yeah.
Huge. Oh, they're taking their entire break timer right now.
They deserve it.
They deserve it. They deserve it for sure. Well done to them. That's our first world record of the weekend here. It took us till day 3 to get there. That's usually not something that's been the case in the past TGPs, but it kind of just goes to show you the gear difference between live and TGP is closer than it's ever been before. Players on live can have the exact same gear, if not actually even better than what the players are running with on the TGP. So getting a world record this time around is a big deal. It's hard to get those in this format now.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to get those world record keys done because previously we did have some items that would scale up with the item level scaling that they have in the tournament realm that would give them like a slight advantage on the tournament realm compared to the live servers. But I don't think there's like anything like that going on this time around. Plus, as you said, the missing avoidance really causing some issues because of the amount of damage that these keys do on the highest levels. So absolutely crazy by Mandatory. Of course, the practice that they have on Tournament Realm is obviously going to be a lot higher than the practice that the teams can do on live realms in comparison, but still just really, really critical. And first try, I mean, that's just crazy.
There it is. There's that little world record card on the leaderboard there in the Algathar Academy for Mandatory. The first of many, I hope, but of course it's going to be difficult to get it done. They almost got one yesterday, mind you, as well. The 21 Halls of Infusion also would have been a world first, a world record. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get that one done. Like Tuttles was saying, though, I think 22 Azure Vault is also something that's definitely doable for them, too.
Yeah, I mean, 22 Azure Vault definitely... I mean, I also would have said that Academy would have been very difficult on 22, so I don't know anymore at this point. But yeah, I do think that 22 Azure Vault might be something to try. We also know that 21 Halls is doable for them, but incredibly close. Because yesterday they did attempt the 21 Halls, did manage to get all the way to the last boss, and ended up wiping because Skylark went down. But even before Skylark went down, the timer was really close. I think it would have been doable, but incredibly close, and they had 0 deaths and a perfect run. So yeah, I think for most of the 22s and the 21 halls that we have left for them to do, it does just require perfect runs.
Yep. I mean, yeah, when you think about it, they had about 1:40 left in the key, and the boss is at about 30% HP, which by all means should have been doable. They had one more set of 2 minutes coming up, which would have been a pretty big burst of damage on the boss, and I think they had their Lust coming off cooldown too. So they had a lot of damage coming out in those last minute and a half of the fight. So, yeah, I mean, what could have been, obviously. But let's focus on the present for now. Madge, in this 21 bracket that's caused them so many headaches over the past hour and a half or so, on to Decatriarch Rathai. And they're doing good so far. Already a minute 40 into the encounter here. Those 2 minutes are going to be coming around in another 20 seconds or so here. And let's see, are they running the same tech that we've been seeing from some of our other teams, where they're running, for instance, from Mandatory, they were running that Tome Trinket from Razageth that you can stack up and stay in combat with and hit it essentially every 30 seconds on every single totem, just for that extra burst of damage to make sure you get them down.
Yeah, I mean, the totems on this boss are just absolutely crazy, especially with that Aug Evoker not necessarily being maybe the best class compared to some other class it could be running instead. So the clever ways of how they maximize their totem damage is very cool to see. But yeah, there we go, 51% on Rathai. The boss, of course, dropping very slowly whenever you have to save all of your offensive cooldowns and all of your trinkets and whatnot for these totems. But slowly but surely the boss is dropping, and they have, of course, way more than enough time left in the key. They have a little bit less than 5 minutes, so that is, of course, more than fine. But again, we do have to worry about the timer as we're getting closer to the end of the day, because if there are tiebreakers and the key levels are similar between the teams as well, or the same, then of course the time on how fast you cleared those highest dungeons does matter. And if you're really slow in all of your clears and you go to the end of the timer each time, then it's very unlikely that you're going to be winning a tiebreak against these other good teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see where that tiebreak is after they time this key, because, you know, they spent a lot of time getting this key down. It's allowed Pedros to pass them up, and, you know, Madge really needs to get this done so they can match what Pedros have already done and, you know, line up with Shinra Tensei as well, because Shinra Tensei's been having those issues in this knockhood as well. So, you know, our bottom 3 teams kind of all struggling to get these keys done, and as I mentioned that, more issues for Shinra Tensei on this first pull here. DXOG does go down to one of the cleaving strikes from the Lance Masters, instantly gets battle resed up by DXM, but that's the battle res gone on this pack. That's really been a difficult pull for all the teams to pull off.
Yeah, definitely very difficult. And yeah, I mean, I think Pedros, it's, let me see. What keys could it... Yeah. Oh, they did already do the 21 Bracken Height. Okay, I was for one second I thought that Pedros did skip the Bracken Height and went to the Nokid instead, but they already have that one done. Alright. Yeah, I mean, 21 Nokid, one of the issues with that key as well is that it's just so long, and that the pain points in this dungeon are not necessarily all at the start. We did see Shinra wipe twice to the trash on the Raging Tempest area, and then we know that the trash on Tira and Maruk is also incredibly difficult as well, which is the 3rd trash area, and it's going to take you quite a while to even get there. So yeah, Nokid Offensive, definitely one of those keys where you can waste a lot of time in if things don't go perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't think the Grana split was that bad, though. I think they could have definitely continued in that key. Remains to be seen, though. We'll see. Maybe they just didn't like it from their practice runs. I don't know. And Pedros has had one of the slower knockhood runs as well, so maybe they feel like they need more time in order to get that one timed. Madge, though, have the boss down. It dies at 5%. That's going to be the +1 on the board, and we'll see them on the scoreboard here. Hopefully leap up. Yep, just barely passing up Shinra Tensei, but it's not by much. The time differential between Madge and Shinra Tensei, 7 seconds. 7 seconds between the two. And if you're Shinra Tensei right now, the pressure's on. You need to get this knockhood done.
Yeah, you definitely need to. We do know that they can kill Gren if they already killed this boss twice before they ended up wiping on the next pool. So they're gonna need to make sure. I'm not sure if they have to do something different with their cooldowns on this boss. Maybe like it is possible that maybe they go into that trash pool after Grenith without some of their cooldowns available. Maybe that is what's causing their issues. Because yes, of course it's the cast that went through that ended up wiping them, but maybe the cast went through because the trash took too long. Like maybe they're missing some cooldowns, potions, something that they have to commit to that trash pull afterwards. But Granite, of course, also incredibly difficult on that 21 key level. Those shards are doing so much damage as they go out as well. But we do see them seeing the ads already, rooting them in the corner and also controlling them as well. Actually, it's interesting with Incorporeal on this boss, because usually you have that Shadow Priest that can control the ads to just so you can ignore them basically, and you can still click on the ballistas. But if you have Incorporeal, then you kind of want to control the Incorporeal to get the damage reduction onto the boss. It looks like they are controlling the ads either way though, and to seeing the Incorporeals with other means.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of questionable that they're not doing the mastery strategy. I guess they are kind of just doing the same thing but in different sections. You can see they're using a combination of fear sigils and other things to keep multiple of them stacked up. It's definitely not as efficient as doing the middle mastery strategy. Maybe DXM just feels like he has to actually use the adaptive swarm to keep his team topped for every single one of the shards and stones. I'm not necessarily sure. I'll have to check in on that later. They are going to get the boss down, and it is significantly faster than the split that we saw from Pedro's per hour in their run, almost a minute and a half faster. Pedro's per hour, more issues though in the Naka defensive. Wipe in the first section of the dungeon for them, going to have to go again. Madge, though, after dealing with that Brackenhide, once again, another team going for the 21 Naka defensive. Which of these three teams are going to get it down first and give themselves a massive leg up on the other two?
Yeah, this is incredibly interesting now, because Shinra, Madge, and Pedro's all in that 21 no-cut, and we saw how difficult it is for the teams to complete this key. And I think that whichever team manages to complete this key first, as you said, is going to have a massive advantage, because they're going to be able to go get the a higher score in another dungeon, or potentially just improve their times depending on when they get it done. Because we are already pretty far into today, and if it takes them a long time to finish this key, even without resetting it, it's just a long dungeon overall, then maybe afterwards they really are looking to just improve their times here and there, thinking of the tiebreakers, right? While Mandatory, of course, already sitting pretty on that first spot with 2 score above the rest. But I do think that these 3 teams that we're looking at right now, like any of them could be eliminated at this point if they don't time this 21 no-cut.
Yeah, and I think this might be another way that we can kind of show the example of how much better Mandatory has been playing this weekend. The team seems like they are just much better prepared for the key level at the highest end compared to the other teams. And I'm not saying the other teams are bad by any stretch of the imagination. They're still some of the best teams in the world. Mandatory has just been playing different, though, right? They're kind of on that level that Echo of the past 4 years have been at right now. This knockout that's been causing headaches for Shinra Tensei, starting to cause headaches for Pedro, and, you know, it might cause some headaches for Madge just as of yet. They two-shot it, man. And it wasn't even like a long wipe on the first one. Their first wipe came on the second pull of the dungeon. They finished this 21 knockout off on their second attempt. And on their first attempt for most of the remainder of the dungeon, right? So they got it done so quickly. And, you know, not to mention one-shotting the Algathar for a world first key. They're just playing lights out right now. And between the rest of these teams, I mean, this is your chance to step up. Remember, top 3 teams make it through to global finals, and timing this key will give you a massive leg up on the other 2 teams that you're competing with for those slots.
Yeah, we do see Shinra Tensei down the top left side are now in this Raging Tempest area. This is the area that they've wiped to twice already now. I'm not 100% sure, but it maybe looks like they changed up their pulls a little bit to do another pull before they do the last pull on the waterfall. Not sure if they did this before, but if they changed it up a little bit, maybe just waiting for some cooldowns, some defenses to be available. If they changed up, I like it, but obviously they're not committing Bloodlust for this one here, because that dangerous pull is going to be that waterfall pack that is just a little bit bigger coming in. So yeah, all eyes on Shinra. Let's see if they can execute this. This first pull looking good. They did manage to get all of those interrupts out. But yeah, of course, if any of these Stormbolt casts or any other casts really for that matter go through, especially in combination with one of the totem casts going off, a player is for sure going to die unless they have an immunity available. Or cheat death, I guess.
We'll see if it's going to be an issue. Shinra Tensei on the furthest run so far, but remember, this is the team that's been here for well over an hour at this point, right? They've been here for quite a while. This is the section of the dungeon that's been causing them the most issues. Their previous 2 wipes have been here, and you can see that Sanguine Affix coming into play here on that final unstable Squall.
Oh, no.
And then it actually finishes him off as well. I mean, that's not the worst case scenario death, but it still is going to cost them the 10 seconds or so for him to get rezzed up by the Yogg-Evoker. And then they have to rebuff him. He also lost all of his stacks of his Forset. He lost all of his Insanity. You're hating it right now if you're Fu. Really unfortunate. They still have the waterfall pull left as well. I wonder what the reasoning for saving it until this point was. They're delaying that lust by another 3 minutes. Maybe they just didn't have their 2 minutes up, but here we go. This is the pull that wiped them last time around here. Every single one of those totem overloads does a ton of AoE damage to the team. It does give buffs to your Shadow Priest and to your Fire Mage if they go choose to pick them up. They actually have one off on the left that nobody picked up. Wonder why they're not picking it up. It's a pretty significant damage buff. Here we go, second overload. Riley drops below, cauterizes, and gets taken out by the overload. They have the battle res, but he lost everything. He lost his SKB stacks, he lost his combust, he lost his lust. He's not doing anything for the rest of this pull, and that's just going to be all she wrote for this pull once again. 3 times in a row, it's taken them out.
Yeah, this is just such a big problem for Shinra, this pull. I do think that they changed up the routing a little bit to have all of their defensives available and all of their cooldowns available for this waterfall pool, and they still just didn't manage to pull it off. Having the Shadow Priest go down at the very end to that Squall and losing out on all of that extra damage he could have done, plus just losing the mage at the start of this pull to all of the effects there, it's just crazy how much they have to watch out for there. Now, of course, for us as an observer, it looks easy, but these swirlies are also really covered by the water effect on the ground as well. So if your camera angle is a little bit differently, it's super hard to see. On top, of course, having to worry about all of these e-drops that you have to do and all of the rotations that you do onto this pack that is incredibly dangerous if anything fails. So yeah, I mean, things like that can happen, but 3 times in a row, it's just incredibly unfortunate. I wonder what Shinra has to do to get this pull done. Do they just go again and hope they don't make those same mistakes? Or do they maybe, I don't know, like just split up the pull, do it a little bit smaller? I don't know, it's definitely causing so many issues for them.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's causing issues for everyone. For Madge, Dr. J just died to a swift stab as well. Don't think they use the res as well. I think he's just flying back. They're saving the battle res. The Shadow Priest should be able to deal with the rest of this pull, but that means he's not here for the Blast Wave, so a little bit of Sanguine goes off on these longbows as well, and with how much HP they have left, the Sanguine could continue to be an issue for them here. Lamike doing a good job of keeping them controlled, though. And oh, wait, the knock was into Sanguine! A second knock coming out from Dr. J, finally back with the group. Keeps the Sanguine healing low. But pulling the boss at 7 minutes, 10 seconds, there's no way that's a good enough split for them, right? I guess, though, they do need to get the reps here. This boss is going to do a ton of damage. You need to let Roybin get comfortable with the Master Root strategy as well. You need to make sure you have the wherewithal in the heals just to live through every single one of these Shards of Stone casts as well, because they do start to stack up and do a lot of damage on this key level with that scaling that we were talking about earlier today. So we'll see how it goes for them. Pedro's per hour also engaging Granith, but you can see a minute faster than what we have from Madge on the left-hand side. I don't think this is going to be a full run from Madge. I don't think it's going to be a timed run, but it'll give them a good baseline of what they need to do to live the pulls in this key.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly difficult for Madge to actually get this timer done. Just for a comparison, Mandatory finished off Granith on their 21 at 7:34. Now, of course, Mandatory also had almost 2 minutes left at the end of their dungeon, but yeah, Pedro's per hour also a minute quicker almost in engaging the boss here. So definitely some time Madge would have to catch up if they still want to time the ski, or maybe just get some practice in, as Sarah mentioned as well, because some of these pulls after Granith can be incredibly dangerous. But yeah, I mean, Sanguine is just an affix that slows you down a lot in no-code offensive. This first area, you have so many hunter-type mobs that are just difficult to move. Then you just have a lot of mobs that cannot be CC'd at all. The stompers that cannot be displaced, cannot be knocked. and they have really long casts that they stand still and can't be moved in either. So just so much danger to get Sanguine heals onto these mobs. And then later on, we have the Terra and Maruk area, which again has similar mobs that just stand there and cast for a long time, are not seeable, not knockable. Just so many areas where Sanguine can be such a difficult affix.
Yeah, I want to bring that graphic back up for the Knockout Offensive here really quick. When we're talking about the Granith kill times, I almost wonder if Mandatory might be baiting people into thinking this key is easier than it is, because Madge pulled Granith at a point where Mandatory already had the boss dead.
Yeah.
Look at their Granith split, 729.
That's crazy.
Like, that is crazy. And they had less than 2 minutes left on the key, so if you're killing Granith off at 9:30...
Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Zalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs by a thread. And fear threatens to consume us all. Xalatath is taunting us. To preserve our world, we must face the shadow. Together. The Harbinger is here. The visions. Our world cries out for aid. Shadows gather. Deep within the heart of Azeroth. Our fate hangs